deserves a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give ourselves a round of applause for coming out in our numbers. Remember, the event is being streamed live on Facebook and on YouTube at CRCGH25. It's CRCGH25. My name is Abdul Hayi Momen. Until recently, I was a broadcast journalist with the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. I'm now the Public Affairs Director at the University for Development Studies. Hello, I thought you'd give me a round of applause. Thank you so very much. I'm excited to have been chosen to be part of this national exercise. And as I indicated earlier, as many of us as possible will be given the opportunity to give our opinions, views, and so on and so forth. But when the opportunity is given, let's remember to keep it as brief and as short as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, I think it is only proper for me to introduce to you the members of the committee. Usually, in our societies, when they say somebody doesn't need any introduction, what it actually means is that they are the ones who have the longest CVs, and that's the reason for which we all know them. And so I'm not going to attempt to read any bios or CVs of the members, because we all do know them, except to give you just a little background. In no particular order, ladies and gentlemen, one of the members of the committee is a man who has had a major influence on the media landscape, not just in Ghana, but in the entire West Africa. He founded the Media Foundation for West Africa, which has also given birth to the Fourth Estate and is continuing to train investigative journalists, not just in Ghana, but throughout the African continent. He has for many years been a lecturer, a teacher of communications and of journalism. Ladies and gentlemen, it is therefore not surprising that a man of this caliber has been put on the committee. Let's welcome Professor Kwame Kakari, member of the committee. Thank you very much. And I'm doing the introductions in no particular order. The committee has a secretary, and the secretary is a founding partner. He's a lawyer, actually, and he's a founding partner at Partners and Associates, an Accra-based law firm specializing in legal consultancy for corporate entities and international oil companies. He has over a decade of experience in litigation and has played a key role in a number of corporate mergers and joint ventures. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's welcome the secretary to the committee, Dr. Reina Akum-Peregia. Thank you so very much. I'll go to the next person. In fact, the committee has given me some bios, but I'm not reading the bios because these are persons that we all know. The next is a man who founded the Star Ghana. He was the executive director of Star Ghana, and at some point felt that they needed to spread their tentacles, and so Star Ghana, then in 2018, still under his leadership, became the Star Ghana Foundation, and many of the CSOs and NGOs that survive in Ghana today are surviving because they are serviced to a very large extent by the Star Ghana Foundation. The Star Ghana Foundation has also been playing a key role in the democratic process in this country for many, many years, organizing behind the scenes presidential debates and ensuring that we have free and fair elections throughout the years. With a round of applause, let's welcome Alhaji Ibrahim Tanko Amidu, a member of the committee. Ladies and gentlemen, next is a member who is a senior lecturer at the University of Ghana School of Law, where his teaching and scholarship interests include immovable property law, ranking law, equity and succession contract law, ocean law, and international maritime conflict management. He is the coordinator of the Ocean Governance Project at the University of Ghana and has extensive legal consultancy and private practice experience in banking, fisheries management, land law, and construction regulations. With a round of applause, let's welcome Dr. Godwin Jokoto, a member of the committee. I am now excited to introduce to you the chairman of the committee. And I will not read his bio as has been given to me, but will tell you that the first time I personally encountered the chairman was when I was the host of a program on GBC's news channel called Moment Tonight. I had invited him to share his insights on some legal matters. And after the conversation, he asked what my future plans were. Indeed, at the time, a senior journalist who is also a lawyer, Samson Ladi Ayenini, had been calling on me to read law. So I said, "Sir, I want to become a lawyer just like you." And he said, "Why do all the intelligent people I meet want to become lawyers? I think you should go into academia." Ladies and gentlemen, today I work in academia. He is also a lawyer, but has been actively involved in shaping Ghana's democratic environment over a long period of time. He is executive director of CDD, but beyond that, he has a strong voice whenever issues of the Constitution, rule of law have come up for mention, and it is therefore no wonder that he is the chairman for this committee. Professor Henry Kwesi Prempeh is the chairman. Let's give him a round of applause. Prof, thank you so very much. You helped shape my future, and I'll come back with more results very soon. Thank you very much. I'll now hand over to the chairman to give us his remarks. Thank you very much, Chairman.
His Royal Highnesses, our revered chiefs and elders, distinguished citizens of Tamale and its environs, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Apologies again for the mix-up about the venue, which has caused the late start of today's program. Thank you all for making time this morning to be here, to join us on our tour around the country on this Constitution review exercise. The Constitution of Ghana, as you all know, is already a little over a generation old, which means that in the time during which we've had this Constitution, some of you have gone from childhood to adulthood. So the Constitution has indeed endured. It is the longest surviving Constitution in our history by a wide mark. It has served us well in many respects. Before this Constitution, we had never had the experience of a president or a leader being removed from office democratically through the ballot box. We have made that a part of our political tradition under this Constitution. We have been able to get presidents come in peacefully and to leave peacefully for another government to take over. This has happened not once, not twice, multiple times. We also enjoyed stable peace as a nation. And that sets us apart from many other countries in our region. Every now and then, our elections are a bit violent and turbulent, but in the grand scheme of things, I think we have been blessed as a country with peace and stability under the Fourth Republic. Social cohesion, which is also a very important ingredient for national development, is also, I think, one of the things that we have been able to achieve under the Fourth Republic. Notwithstanding these important achievements and accomplishments, there is a general fervor, there's a general sentiment that our democracy is not performing to the level that meets the people's expectations. Even though Ghanaians turn out in our numbers to vote every 4 years in elections, and even though our votes have mattered in changing government from one party to the other, we continue as a country to be bedeviled with problems of misgovernance, corruption, and overall underdevelopment as a country. There are many people who believe, and I think rightfully, that Ghana is performing below its potential. Many of our youth share this sentiment. For these and many other reasons, there has been a loud and persistent demand for a review of the Constitution of Ghana. Many people believe that how this country is governed, which is really the basic function of a constitution, how this country is governed, how power is distributed across the country among office holders, how resources are distributed between the center and the local and among citizens, that these fundamental issues need to be reviewed. So we have embarked on a constitution review exercise since 2010. If you recall, the late President Jonathan Mills established a Constitution Review Commission in 2010, which commission delivered its report at the end of the year 2011. There has been no further action on that report, and there are many citizens who are not particularly pleased that that report continues to gather dust. We will explain, maybe we'll have occasion to discuss that a little bit in today's conversation. However, we have an opportunity this time around to bring some finality to the process that was begun several years ago. So in January, shortly after taking office, His Excellency, the President, John Dramani Mahama, set up this committee, the Constitution Review Committee, an 8-member committee, to take up the task. Look at the 2010-2011 report, look at other developments that have happened since then, including other committees, one chaired by a sister, Clara Kesati, which was also set up in 2023 by the Honorable Osei Mensah Bonsu, the former majority leader. To look at all those documents, look at our past constitutions, look at constitutions in other places, and then go out and meet with Ghanaians and gather their opinion. Then, as a committee, propose recommendations for action by government on constitutional amendments going forward. So this is the remit of this committee. We are an 8-member committee. Incidentally, and this is purely incidentally, all of us here today, only the male members of the committee are here. This is not by design, it's purely by accident. We have 3 women, female members, Mrs. Charlotte Osei, the former chairman of the NCCE, as well as former chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Dr. Esi Ansah, a lecturer at Ashesi University, and her leadership justice, Sophia Adinyira, a former justice of the Supreme Court. There are also our 3 missing members who are not here in person, but some are joining us online today. Since about March, we have been holding a series of conversations with various persons, organizations, and institutions, mostly based in Accra. The Constitution is divided into about 26 chapters, plus a schedule that is at the end of the Constitution. So we have had thematic engagements. We have broken down the Constitution into various thematic areas and have held discussions in Accra with institutions, experts, academics, government officials, politicians, and various other individuals and institutions who work in these various thematic areas, like lands and natural resources, local government and decentralization, the judiciary, the executive. We've held a broad series of consultations on all of these themes. We have also held conversations based on interest groups. So we have identified certain special interest groups within our society who we believe have particular views about the Constitution and about how this country is governed. So we have held stakeholder engagements with academia and professional bodies, with the business community and organized labor, with the military, the police, and other security services, with the media, and with the faith-based community, Christian, Muslim, and other traditional institutions. The last of the interest groups we have not met yet because we haven't still settled the venue and the date would be the National House of Chiefs. So we will meet the National House of Chiefs when they give us a date to meet with them at their headquarters in Kumasi sometime in July. We have also held meetings with a third category of Ghanaians, whom we call eminent persons. These would be the sitting president. We have met with him to ask him his views about the Constitution and about how the country is governed, what he wants us to do differently as somebody who has held high office as vice president, as president, as MP, who has had a wide range of experience. We have also met with former President Kufuor on the same set of issues, former President Nana Akufo-Addo, former Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, former Speaker Okwe, current Speaker Al-Bagbin, former Chief Justice Sophia Kufu, former Council of State member Samuel Kujeto, and Nana Dr. SKB Asante, who was instrumental in the making of this Constitution. We've met former Chief of Staff to President Jerry Rawlings, Nana Atudazi. We've met many, many people, Professor Kwame Ahoy and others. So all of these people we have met because we think that because of the experience they've had working this Constitution directly, they would have very special insights for us as we embark on this exercise. But the last and not the least category are Ghanaians themselves. This Constitution was adopted in 1992 based on the votes that Ghanaians cast at a referendum in April of 1992. It was that referendum that approved this constitution, which came into effect in 1993. So, if we are going to review the constitution, it is only proper that we go back to the people whose endorsement made it possible for this constitution to become law and to become the supreme law of the land. So the last series of conversations we're having are with Ghanaians in their various locations. Ghanaians where they live, where they work in their various local communities. So this is why we have embarked on a series of zonal public engagements across the country. We started yesterday in Bolgatanga, in the Upper East region, and we were blessed with a very successful engagement yesterday, 2 days ago, on Monday. Our next stop is today in Tamale, and the idea is for us to work our way south, starting from the topmost, northernmost part of the country, to work our way back to Accra as we go. So we are very grateful for this opportunity. Normally when we meet with when we have thematic engagements, we focus on particular subject areas, like the legislature, the chapter on directive principles of state policy, fundamental human rights. But that is not how we are going to proceed here. Here, everything is on the table. We want to have a very robust conversation about how this country is governed, what your own experience at the local level is, what your view is of how the nation as a nation has been governed, what are the things that you think are wrong with the way power and resources and opportunity are distributed or allocated in this country. Why are things not working as they should? What do you think we should do for democracy to deliver good governance and development? Those are the ultimate goals, after all, that we are seeking. We don't do elections for election's sake. We do it because we believe that through our votes and through the accountability that we exert through the electoral process, we will elect governments who will deliver for us the peace, the prosperity, the unity, and the things that we seek. So those are the ultimate goals we are seeking from any constitution. If the constitution is not delivering that, maybe it's not the fault of the constitution. Not everything is the fault of the constitution, right? Maybe there's a solution somewhere else other than the constitution. Whatever it is, we still want to hear you and hear your reflections and your proposals, especially if you have any specific ideas that you think we can take forward and include in the set of recommendations that we submit to the President and the government and Parliament, so that we can begin this process of reforming the Constitution to make it serve our interest as a country. So on that note, I will end my opening remarks and invite, well, maybe I'll hand over to our distinguished, my good friend, the distinguished moderator for today, to open the session and invite contributions from you, the audience, you, the good people of Tamale and its environs, so that we can have a very interactive engagement. We will ask you some questions too. We will ask you to clarify some of the views that you have put forward. So we look forward to having a very robust conversation this morning. Thank you very much, and again, welcome to this engagement in Tamale. Thank you.
A round of applause for the chairman, Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh. Oh, I didn't feel the round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Prof, I take the title Distinguished Moderator. When an eminent person gives you the title Distinguished, I'll add it to my CV and write to G-Tech to ensure that it's added to my titles. Thank you so very much. Prof, I'm excited to announce to you that even as you were speaking, we had been joined by the female members of the committee online. I'm excited to announce that Mrs. Charlotte Osei, former EC chair, has joined us online. I'm also excited to announce that Justice Sophia Edinyira is also with us online, and so is Dr. A.C. Ansah of the Ashesi University, who are all members of the committee. They have all joined us online. Let's give them a round of applause. Let them feel that they are part of this. Again, just as a reminder, this event is being streamed live for the entire nation to see what's happening in Tamale on Facebook and on YouTube at CRCGH25. So please feel free, if you have your phones and other gadgets with you, you can share the link with as many people as possible who are not here so they can benefit from today's experience. Prof, I'm also excited to announce to you that we have been joined by a number of groups, and with your indulgence, I'll quickly go through the list within 3 to 4 minutes. But more importantly, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Zogolana Professor Yakubu Nantoma. He's here with us. Please, let's give our traditional authority a round of applause. We also have the Zamgalana, Dr. Jacob Yakubu, who is also here with us. Please, let's appreciate them with a round of applause. And I'll quickly go through the list of the institutions that have registered their presence here. We have the Regional President, Ghana National Association of Teachers, NAT, is here. The National President of the University Teachers Association of Ghana is here with us, Professor Akudugu. Give us a wave, sir. Thank you so very much. We are very proud of you. The President, National Association of Graduate Teachers, NAGRAT, is here. Please, just give us a wave. Thank you so very much. The Vice Chancellor, okay, the Executive Director, Kojinta, is here with us. The Executive Director, Norsak, is here with us. The Executive Director, Swida, is here with us. The Regional President, FMWAG, is here. The Regional Chairman, Private Schools Association, the Regional President, GRNMA, is here with us. The Regional Director, Ghana Health Service, is here with us. The Regional Director, GES, the Regional Chairman, JUSAG, the Regional Director, Electoral Commission, the Regional Director, CHRAJ, the Regional Director, Statistical Service, the Principal of the CEC School of Hygiene, the Principal TATCO, the TATSI, actually right now there. I saw Doc a while ago. Dr. Idrisu, thank you very much for coming. The SRC representatives from TATU are here. The SRC representatives from the University for Development Studies are here. The Commander, Ghana Armed Forces Northern Command, the Regional Commander, Ghana Police Service, the Regional Commander, SEPS NGRA, the Regional Commander, Ghana Prison Service, the Regional Commander, Ghana Immigration Service, the Regional Commander, Ghana National Fire Service, the Market Queen Market Women Association. They are here also to participate in this all-important program. The Regional Chairman, GPRTU, the President, Dressmakers Association, the Speaker, Youth Parliament, Head Pastor, Assemblies of God, the Head of Priest, Roman Catholic Church, Head Pastor, Presbyterian Church, Head Pastor, SDA. We have the Imam of the Ambaria Sunni community here with us. The Regional Chief Imam Central Mosque is here with us. The Imam Masjid Bayan. The Imam, all their representatives are here actually. Shia Mosque is here with us. The Imam or the representative of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community here in Tamale is here with us. The Regional Executive Secretary Peace Council, the Principal and the SRC President of NTC are here with us. The President and the SRC President and the Principal of the Community Health Nursing are here with us. The Headmaster, Vitin Senior High School, the Headmaster, Nobisco, the Headmaster, Tamasco, the Headmaster, Ganasco, the Regional Director, Legal Aid, the President, GJA, the Regional Chairman, PWDs is here with us. The Principal, Dabukwa Vocational Institute, the President, Ghana Bar Association, the Executive Director, WANEP, the President, Dagbon Forum is here with us, the President, Konkumba Youth Association, and the Regional Coordinator of IDEG is here with us as well. I've already indicated that the Dagbon Forum is here in their numbers. Please, let's give ourselves a round of applause. and a special announcement, respectfully to our revered chiefs. We would ordinarily have given you the opportunity to speak first, but we also acknowledge that traditionally when the chiefs speak, then the door closes for every other person to speak. And so we will reserve the last words for our revered chiefs who are here with us. And that means that the rest of us who will be given the opportunity to speak, as I have indicated, and as also has the chairman indicated, please stick to the Constitution, matters concerning the Constitution. Do not go outside the realm of the Constitution Review Committee here. Whatever submissions and discussions take place must be within the issue of reviewing the Constitution, and it must be done within a respectable time so that others can have the opportunity to make their inputs. He has already told us this is not a specialized gathering. This gathering will take all manner of contributions from all sectors. And so I'll be coming around. So do I have the permission to? Okay. So please, you introduce yourself and then you go straight to the point.
My name is Abdel Hakim Issa. Okay, I have 5 proposals to make. The first one is to cancel the OSP and replace it with the Attorney General's office, and then make it a civil service. Okay, second, I also propose that we should cap the constituencies to 200. Third, I also propose that MPs should no longer be ministers. 4, I propose that the current 16 regions should be capped as it is, and also cancel the regional ministerial positions so that agencies are reported directly to their ministers. Assemblies will report to, DCEs will report to the local government minister, and other agencies will report directly to their ministers. 5, I propose that we put a cap on the creation of districts to the current 261. Last one.
No, respectfully, because there are many people here and we want to give the opportunity to as many as possible, if you can just make one submission and then the next, so if there's time, then we can come back to you. So is that okay? Thank you very much. So, but when you are given the opportunity, let us also know which background, I mean, which organization you represent and so on.
Thank you very much. My name is Yakubu Bibiana Umpini, an assembly member from the Sanargo Municipal Assembly. And before I will move forward, I beg to disagree with my brother here, capping the district assembly. When we look at the Local Governance Act, it indicates that a district shall have a population of 75,000, and then a metropolis shall have 200,000, and then a municipality 95,000. As I speak, Sanargo has 471,000 population, which even exceeds that of a municipality. So automatically it qualifies to be a metro, or otherwise it can be divided into 2. My issue has to do with women representation at the district assembly level. We passed the act that support women, the affirmative act but still the representation of women is still underrepresented at the local level. I would like the committee to explore around options that we can support women to represent communities or be part of local governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to turn my attention here.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. My name is Katara Yahya Abdullahi, a teacher at Ghana Secondary School, Tamale. Mine is a question. I want to find out whether it is possible to actually look at the tenure of MPs, to limit it to say 2 times, 3 times, or 4 times, instead of what we are experiencing currently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm called Mohamed Hamza, representing UTAC, UDS. Please, I would like to draw your attention to the issue of our current style of arresting previous office holders. This is not to tag either MPP or NDC. If care is not taken, as the background I'm coming from, the security, peace and security, our country will be turned as a war zone, or people would actually penetrate through that to do whatsoever they want within the country. I know there are democratic principles in arresting people when they do things not in adherence to the Constitution. But you realize that both NDC and MPP, whenever MPP is in power and they leave office, NDC tend to choose, which other people term as Rambo style of arresting people. Yes, it is done in MPP and it is done in NDC. I can represent, or I can see myself to be an MPP or NDC, pick my pickup, push people in there, go into the house of anyone, arrest the person or kidnap the person in the name of arresting the person to the national security or any organization related to the current government. So I will plead with the committee, if this thing should be looked at critical, irrespective, we have democratic principles in arresting people or capturing people whenever this is done. But if in case we leave in the authority in the hands of anyone, can pick up, organize people, let's go and arrest this person. He has done this, at the end of the day, we are causing more harm to the state than good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So please come this way.
I should wait or I should come. Hello. Yes. Inus Achilo is my name. A retired social worker. I am proposing that the retirement age should be moved from 60 to 65. I have already retired, so don't think that will benefit me. That's why I'm saying it. The reason is that other countries have moved their retirement age to 65, and they are reaping enormous benefits. So I want Ghana to also do it so that when the benefits are coming, we will see it. People are of the view that the youth need employment, the youth need employment. Those countries who have done it, youth also need employment, but they have done it and the benefit is enormous. Thank you.
Okay, so this is what I suggest now, that for those who want to ask questions, respectfully, at every point we take about 5 in a queue here. So once they are done, they take their seats and then we have another group of 5. So please, media, I'm so sorry, we have to make space here. So people queue instead of moving from, so we can have 5. Please, so if you want to ask a question, as soon as you are the 6th person, you have to sit down. Thank you. Contributions, sorry. Contributions and so on, yes. Not questions only. So once you are the sixth person, you have to go and sit down. Please, thank you.
Yeah, my name is Voberego Godfred Golden. I'm representing the Seventh-day Adventist Church in Northern region here. I want to suggest that the day for voting should be fixed based on a day, but not date. Maybe if it is Tuesday or Wednesday, that would be better than fixing it on a date. So we can just take a day of the week and say this day, Tuesday or Wednesday. That is the first one. The second one is what my brother said. The office of the special prosecutor is a repetition as I see it, and there is no result. It's a waste to me of our money. Then my sister raised another issue.
Respectfully, to be fair to everybody, I'm taking only one, and then when there's time, we can then go round. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is...
You consider what is of priority to you and speak to that issue first, and then we can proceed. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Zakaria Isa. My concern is about the couple of Minister of Justice from Attorney General. I think we have to separate it. And the second one is separation of powers. I think we give more powers to the executives. I think their powers should be reduced. Thank you.
All right. Again, just drawing our attention to the rules of engagement. If your point has already been made by a previous person, then respectfully, there is no need to come and reiterate that so that we can have many more. Thank you very much. Please. Yes. Chairman.
I think it's okay. We also want to know the views that have maybe the more common themes. Okay. So if it's recurring, it's fine. It just tells us the intensity of the opinion among the population.
So Chairman has spoken. Thank you. You can proceed.
Yeah, so Regina Maku Abajivo. Regina Maku Abajivo. I'm a headmistress. I think MMDC should be asked, should go through the polls. Why? Because we are told that when it comes to the elections of MMDCs, people pay plenty money, and sometimes the right person is not brought on board. So I will vie that hence MMDC should go through the polls. Then just a minute, as Chairman said, I can talk. The women representation, only 23.9% have been represented so far, and we need 30%. So we are asking that government and Ghanaians should help us so women can come on board. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you. My name is Alhaji Adam Abdel Fattah. I'm representing DF, Dangbong Foru. My first point is on the election. We are of the opinion that if it could be moved from December to November to give the transition team enough space to work, especially when there's a runoff. Also, we are of the view that if we could scrap the ex gratia, it will be better for us. Although there are more, but I think I will not be allowed to mention all. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Isaac Lankor. I'm representing the Assemblies of God in this region, the regional secretary. Being a pastor, my attention, I know Ghana is free of association, free to join any. But Mr. Chairman, I want to plead Yeah, in view of the fact that we have the right to associate, most of the times there's an abuse when it comes to our exercise of our religions. And I wanted the committee to consider a regulatory body, maybe including, that should include our eminent religious bodies, so that they can regulate. Because sometimes, most of the time when it's getting near to elections, we hear a lot of prophecies. Most of the times, and these prophecies heighten the tension in the country, and it's not very good for us. I don't know much, but I hear that in Rwanda, you cannot just practice as a pastor, you can't just practice as an imam without attending certain education. So I want to suggest if a body like that can be put in place to regulate our religion, so that when the bad news is there, you know that there are decent pastors, and that you can't just be a pastor, an imam, without going through the necessary training. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, can we, when we've had a collection of views, yes, can we just pause so that we can have an interaction, and then
sure.
we continue the next?
Noted, sir. So, please, after, I indicated that we shouldn't have more than 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The rest, please take your seats for the time being. After these 5, then we have the discussions, and then the rest of you can come again. Thank you. Madam, please come forward.
Okay.
Good morning. Please, my name is Abubakar Aishitu, a visually impaired person representing persons with disability. Mine is a proposal to the committee. I will be very grateful if the committee would consider persons with disability in retiring with their salaries. Due to the reason is that when persons with disability acquire, most of them acquire it very late. For that matter, when they get employed, they may work about 10 or 5 years before they go on retirement. And when they go on retirement, they become very weak. For that matter, they can't do anything to survive unless the allowance. So the allowance too will be very small for the persons with disability to live on till he or she dies. So I would like to propose to the committee that they should consider persons with disability to retire on their salaries.
Thank you.
So, please, my name is Yahya Idinama Onasara from Young Advocates Ghana. So my suggestion is, in line with the global and regional democratic trends, including Nigeria's Not Too Young to Run Act, which lowered the presidential age requirement to 35, we ask that should Ghana's constitution be reviewed to reduce the presidential age requirement from 40 to 35 or even 30, given that a young Ghanaian who is even 21 years can contest for the office of a member of parliament. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
My name is Frank Kofi Agbonto, and I represent the Ghana Armed Forces. My proposal is a possibility of looking at Article 2103, where the core function of the Ghana Armed Forces is the defense of external aggression. However, we have observed over the years that the practical working of the Ghana Armed Forces over the years with the implementation of the 1992 Constitution, internal operations with the assistance of the police has literally taken over the work of the Ghana Armed Forces. So if Article 2103 can be reframed to include both external aggression and internal protection of the citizenry, I think that would be better. And the last one has to be with Article 71, office holders. I think that it should be scrapped so that all public service workers should all be on a single salary fund.
All right, thank you very much.
My name is Abdul Rashid Yahya. I represent Ghana National Association of Private Schools. Actually, my contribution has to do with Article 78 of the 1992 Constitution. If you look at Article 78, it mandates the president and largely the executive to appoint majority of his ministers or her ministers, if we have a president who is a female, from parliament. And if you look at it, if you appoint majority of ministers from parliament, now parliamentarians, we have elected them to represent us. The ministers are also supposed to implement policies. They need to run around. They need to, take our affairs into consideration and implement or report to the president. But here's the case. Majority of the ministers are coming from parliament. Now, the parliamentarians, are they really representing us? And the ministers, are they also working in the interest of us? So if you look at it, it blurs the separation of powers principle. So my proposal is that that article must be amended to restrict the president from appointing majority of ministers from parliament. Let me just say, the president must appoint ministers, but they should not come from parliament, so that the parliamentarians will really represent us, and the ministers will also implement the policies that the government is creating to implement for the betterment of Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Abdelbasi Suleimana from Simba, Ghana, an organization that is into governance and accountability. My concern has to do with Article 286, Clause 1, which states that every public office holder must submit a written declaration of all assets and liabilities. But it seems that is only done and submitted to the Auditor General in secrecy, without making it known to the public. And even if you are a citizen and you are trying to find out, or you have the right to find out, you still have to go under an oath to make sure that you also hold it under secrecy. We are seeking either it is repealed or it should be reviewed so that the public can also know whatever Article 71 holders are having as their assets and liabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Cosmas Enuka, Regional Secretary. The Constitution of Ghana gives too much power, appointment power to the presidency. So I am proposing that there should be a limited appointment of members. So the president cannot over-appoint. And that is one of the reasons that we are always having problems amongst us. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll turn our attention to the committee. If there are any clarifications you want to seek, please, Professor Chairman, over to you.
Thank you very much for these various inputs. Almost all of the matters that have been put on the table in this first round of contributions are actually not new to the committee, in the sense that in our interactions so far, these are exactly the issues, or some of the issues that have come before us. So on the issue, for example, of the number of districts, the first person to make a contribution thought that we should cap the number, and I guess my sister who followed disagreed with that idea. Local government and decentralization is a really big part of this conversation. There is general consensus across the divide that we should be moving towards electing our MMDCs. The difficulty, however, is in how we go about doing it. So one view is that we should do it with political parties. Another view is that we should do it the same way we do the assembly elections, without the parties openly sponsoring candidates, so that we keep the parties out and just elect members of the community who offer themselves for this election. Now, that's one issue. The other issue that has come up in our conversations is, if we were beginning to we started to elect. We currently have 261 districts. The districts are created oftentimes because we want to create a constituency. So we create a district, then we proceed to create a constituency. So many of the districts are not created in order to promote economic development or viable economic development, because many of these districts do not have viable local economies, viable local tax base. Some of them don't even have markets as such, where you could even raise market levies or market tolls. And yet, how will that make sanitation, refuse collection, waste management more efficient? How will that make urban roads development more efficient? Because you have broken the city up into so many small districts, everyone with their own MCE, everyone with their own mayor, that you travel a short distance and you are in a different jurisdiction. And so if you are making a road, urban roads is doing something here, you have to stop and go in. So there's been a lot of conversation now around merging some of these districts, especially in the urban centers, so that we can have viable local economies that are sizable enough to lead development. Of course, once you give somebody, a community, a district, going to tell them to give it up, it's like a fight. And yet, what we are looking for is not just having a district for district's sake. We want to develop. We want local development. So that's one of the issues we are grappling with. How are we going to do this with 261 districts? Let me give you an example of a sister country that has also gone through a constitution review process in 2010 and changed the nature of their local government. Kenya used to have the central government, provinces, districts, so many different layers of government, at least 3 or 4. Since 2010, they now have roughly really 2 main layers of government: the central government and 48 counties, including Nairobi. These counties elect their own governors. It's not a federal system, it's still a unitary state. They elect their governors, and they also elect a local assembly for each of the counties. Kenya is much larger in size, land mass, much larger population, about 50-something million, much larger economy than Ghana's. And yet, almost on everything, their numbers are smaller. Right? They have 7 Supreme Court justices. We almost have like 20. Right? They are managing with much smaller, they are managing a much larger entity with smaller numbers and more efficient. So some of the conversations are about how do we really run this place? Because when we separate all these things, it costs money. Somebody says the president appoints too many people. Part of the problem is that we continue to create new offices. The central government is creating an office today, an authority today, a board today, a commission tomorrow, and somebody must appoint them. Once you create, you appoint. You appoint a board, you appoint a CEO. So we continue to break up the state into small pieces. There's been suggestion also even about the constituencies, that we should cap them. Many countries cap them. We used to cap them in the 1960 Constitution at, I think, 104. We no longer cap it. We don't cap anything. No cap on districts, no cap on constituencies, no cap on Supreme Court, no cap on ministers. We continue just growing the numbers. So please, when you are looking at a proposal, one of the things that would help us, especially on the local government side, is this idea that we have too many districts already. Many of them are not viable to lead development in the local area. How do we solve that problem? then what is the role once we start electing our MCEs? What's the role of the relationship between the MCE and the traditional council, the traditional authority? Do we do away with the one-third appointees, some of whom must come from the local authority, or do we change the way we choose them? So we want more specific kinds of recommendations, is what I'm trying to say. Some solutions to these problems is exactly what I'm trying to push you to give us more specific ideas. The idea around the transition period, moving the election day to November, has also come up. And we've had some useful conversations around that. It appears to be a useful idea. Some countries, in fact, the Constitution doesn't even have a transition, how you deal with the transition. It's not in the Constitution, it's an act. So there have been suggestions that we should have a transition period so that during that period, certain things cannot happen. Maybe a president cannot make certain appointments during that period. Because sometimes a president loses an election for his party and they are continuing to govern and making appointments, and it causes all kinds of trouble after they have left office. So these are some of the specific things we want more specific ideas on, so that we move beyond the principle to actually, how do we get this done? How do we get this done? And so those of you who have reflected on these ideas, please reflect on very concrete proposals for us on how we go about doing it. The abuse of religious freedom was a central issue in our meeting with the clergy in Accra, both Christian and Muslim clergy in Accra at a very high level. Certain proposals were made, including by the clergy themselves. So there's some idea, for example, of creating these ecumenical councils for each of the denominations, so that that council can then regulate their members the same way, say, the Ghana Medical Association regulates doctors, or certain professions regulate their members. But the issue is, how do you get, what if somebody chooses not to belong to a particular association? How do you regulate them? What can the state do? Can the state, for example, say, well, we will give certain privileges only to those religious organizations that belong to a council? Or if your council disciplines you or says you are violating the code of conduct, then the state says, well, until your behavior meets with the approval of the council, we are denying you certain privileges, like a tax exemption or something. So we are looking for really very concrete ideas at this point. You know, there's one very concrete proposal that came. I've gotten one brand new proposal, this idea of persons with disabilities retiring on salary. I've not heard it anywhere. That's a brand new, innovative idea. So if you have some really very concrete solutions, because that's what we are looking for. We are looking for solutions to problems. So beyond stating the problem for us, please, when you reflect, help us with something really concrete. Something really concrete. It doesn't have to be radical or innovative, but help us with some solutions. Thank you. Please, you may continue. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, one thing that I also observed to have recurred a number of times had to do with the appointment of ministers from Parliament. I don't know if you may want to react to that before continue.
I think, you know, people can, it's a common theme.
Okay.
Even some of the former presidents and some of the presidents we've spoken to don't like it. So it's not just the people who don't like it. Some of the higher office holders who have actually been in the office also don't like the appointment of ministers from within Parliament. So it's not new.
Prof. Chairman, but here in this room, the argument appears to be that the independence of the legislature is compromised.
Yes.
Is that the theme that
is a view that is common.
All right.
Yeah.
So with your permission, I'd like to turn my attention to the deaf community for them to have an input. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Isifu Abdulshakun. I'm representing the PWDs. I have 3 suggestions. First, about the common fund. If government is able to direct the common fund to we individual disabled people and not give it to the district assembly to manage. The second question is, the president shouldn't be appointing the Chief Justice. The Chief Justice and the IGP, those things, and the EC, it shouldn't be the president who is electing them. The citizens, like the chiefs, MPs, they always have problems with this. So the best thing is for the president not to appoint those positions, the EC, the Chief Justice, and go. Thank you.
That's our brother from the deaf community. I'd like to also give special dispensation to our service commanders. Yes.
Good morning, sir. My name is David Ansa. I'll look at Article 83, the National Security Architecture. Conspicuously missing is my institution and that of fire service. And for immigration, now I understand. We're coming to force of the 1992 Constitution. 3 years earlier, my institution was part of the police service. So for now, looking at terrorism and the global issues regarding immigration, I think that immigration should be part of the national security architecture, sir. And just one. I'm looking at Article 94. We have a lot of foreign brains outside the country. That article bars Ghanaians with foreign passport from being part of certain government positions in the country. And look, it's extremely difficult working outside without documentation. Those nationals work hard to acquire their documentation. Some are willing to come to the country to work. But for them to give up the passports, they find extremely difficult in doing that. And I wish that the committee should look at that session. And, can I add one more? Sorry. Article 47, I'm looking at the Electoral Commission's right to vary and create constituencies in the country. If you look at America, since 1913, they've had 435 reps. Over 100 years with 90 million, that was 1913, there are 90 million population, there are 435 MPs. Here, they varied it from 200 to 276 within 23 years, with a population of 30 million, increasing the pressure on government funds. Some of the MPs are just there, excuse me to say, they have no contribution in Parliament. And I think that that right from the EC to vary the constituencies, I think that should be taken from the EC. Thank you.
If none of the commanders has a view to share, then we'll return to our civilians. Please, you may queue up again in numbers of 5s. And we'll take a few and then go back to the committee for their remarks.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Abdul Muhammad Shaif, a rep from Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association. I want to talk about Article 44, about the Electoral Commission. I think that the president should not be the one nominating the EC boss, since the president too is an interested party. So there is always rumors. Anytime those in opposition, they will be attacking, and those in government, they are praising the EC boss. So I think the appointment can be done through the NCCE. I think it will help. Maybe they will be the one nominating the Electoral Commission. That's if they call for nomination or applications, then they will pick the most competent person. And I also want to talk about Islamic form of inheritance. Since I'm a Muslim, and in the Quran, Allah divided everything about inheritance. So I will be happy if the Constitution can also adapt it. For we the Muslims, maybe there is a disease in the family, you can walk to the court, and the court will use the Quran way of dividing the inheritance to do it for the Muslim Ummah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Al-Hassan Abubakar. My name is Al-Hassan Abubakar, a rep from National Association of Graduate Teachers. My contribution has to do with, I'm just appealing for us to have a constitutional backing on a national developmental plan so that it will go, when this is done, it will go a long way of reducing many abandoned projects whenever we have a change of government, because these things is to the benefit of the citizens. So if we have a constitutional backing on this, I think citizens get the chance of what? Benefit a lot of projects. Thank you.
All right. Sir.
My name is Sheikh Ahmed Badawi. I'm one of the Imams of Ahlul Bayt Central Mosque in Tamale here. I have three things, but the first speaker here has taken one from me. So I'll talk on two things. Number one, Ghana is viewed as a beacon of democracy, if not in West Africa, but in Africa. And when elections come close, after every 4 years, Ghana becomes, or it stands on a gunpowder of violence. You see violence, burning and looting after every elections is announced. And our security forces, they seem to have nothing to do with it. They are helpless in those circumstances. And I think the government or the constitution should look at the way these things happen. We witnessed what happened in 2016, and we have also witnessed what happened just these 2024 elections. And it does not speak well for our peace. It does not speak well for our collective dignity as a country. So they look into it. Number two is on education. And in Islam, we use the Arabic language to teach our children. And this Arabic language, most of the sects in Ghana here, they have their schools. Some, they do not teach English there at all. It is only the Arabic. And when the children grow up, they cannot be fixed into this government curriculum in education. And it poses a very big problem. Because when they grow up and they cannot be fixed into the society or into the working class, you see, everyone that is half-baked educated will have nothing to do than to open a mosque, a mushroom mosque. He becomes a scholar of his own, and therefore it brews confusion, it brews misunderstanding, and so many. We witness that in the northern region here. And so when the government fails to incorporate Arabic language into the educational system very well, I know they are trying, but they have to do that very well, and then they have to pay the Arabic teachers.
Thank you. So it's about Arabic education being included in the curriculum. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My name is Engineer Raymond Abraham Amo from Ghana Health Service. I'm representing the Regional Director. In fact, the earlier speaker has had a small bite on my issue. That is the country having the developmental plan. I think that I just want to reiterate it. We need the plan instead of political manifestos. They cannot help us. So let me go to this. I don't know whether it is stated in the existing constitution, but if it is not, then it is something we have to look at very well. And it has to do with people with same qualifications and doing same work and their associated salaries. As I'm standing here, I'm an engineer, as I've said. I attend KNUST with somebody, we're all finished, and when we come, I'm working in Ghana Health Service, and I'm taking something else, either too small or too big. Somebody is in a different agency, and it's also different. I don't know whether the Constitution has something about that. If it is not, please, then let's look at it very seriously. Then my second point is also about the formation of Council of States, the members or the membership. What I see is that we simply just create another partisan group to go up there to say they are going to advise our leaders or the president. I don't think it works like that. They rather go there to support whatever the president is doing, whether good or bad, because they are partisan. The system is such that you can't get your opponent to go there to be part of the membership.
So, Chairman, can I ask a question? So, are you sharing an opinion here, or you are speaking based on facts? Because, to the best of my knowledge, some members, in fact, many of the members of any council that advises the president are voted for by the public.
Yes, I know very well. But the mode of voting actually clearly tells us or shows us what happened. If I should use one area to set example, I think Ashanti region. What happened there, we know because it wasn't going the way people wanted. They had to do so many skirmishes for it to change, and then another time it went to the way they want. So though voting, but not well organized. So it's partisan. So I think if we can have a different way of doing it, it will be better. Thank you. I have other things. So since there are multiple times, yes. Thank you very much. And we'll stop the queue from here for now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My point is not very different from what my colleague just said, but my proposal is that the government appointees both at the Council of State and then the local governance level should be abolished, so that the people who will go there, both at the local governance level, that is the assemblymen, and then the Council of State members, they will be elected. After all, we have the president has his advisors at cabinet level. Certainly, if he's appointing people into the Council of State, definitely he's going to appoint, he or she will appoint people who will come and advise him the way the president wants. But if they are all elected, of course, we may have a few who will fall into the partisan line, but majority of them definitely will come according to merit, and they will get in there according to the wish of the people. So basically my point is that government appointees, both at the Council of State and the local government level, should be abolished. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Please, my name is George Agbanyo. I represent Ghana Statistical Service. Mine is a proposal. In democratic governance, we were made to understand that power sharing is between the executives, the legislature, and the judiciary. The head of the executives is elected, and the head of the legislature is also elected by the MPs. But the judiciary, the head is always nominated by the president, pending approval by the parliament. What I would like to propose is that this brings a conflict. Why not let the judiciary elect their own chief executives and have a system of people becoming the appeal court judge the same as the high court judges? There should be that system. Maybe the highest in rank at the top become the chief justice. Then when there's a vacancy at the appeal court, the highest ranking at the high court is promoted to the appeal court, so that when we do this, it will get off all these suspicions of bias and all these things. Then I would also like to propose the heads of the security institutions, like the police service, army, and others. The president's hands should also be off in electing who becomes the IGP or the head of the army, such that the most ranking in the police service becomes the IGP. In that case, nobody raised suspicion in any issue. That is my proposal. The same thing applies to the army. And also, just the last one, the public service and then the civil service national heads should also have a way of their leaders emerging from within without the presidents electing their heads. If that is guaranteed in a constitution, nobody will be suspecting president of interfering in any issue. This is my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take the penultimate.
Thank you. My name is Abdallah Bawazatu, a rep from Ghana National Association of Teachers. Mr. Chairman, as somebody from the field of education, one concern that I have is about the political interference in educational policies. Political interference in educational policies. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, for now, many of our educational policies seems to be more responsive to manifesto promises rather than national interests. And that is why you will see that a politician will prefer to cite, to actually help construct a school building at a place where he can maximize votes rather than the benefit of the local people. And so if the Constitution Review Committee can look at it that way. And let me also add this. Because of that political interference, now you also see that as a professional group, I'm talking of the Ghana Education Service, the Director General, his deputies are appointed by the President when, in actual fact, we have the Ghana Education Service Council. And so my humble suggestion is that let's see how best we can tweak the provisions on the field of education in a way that will give enough independence to the practitioners so that they know who can lead them better. And if that is done, I'm sure we might be getting somewhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Zabila Mohamed Hadi, Assemblyman for Gampurseleta area in Kumbongo Township. I represent Dagbang Forum. I have 2 or 3 proposals to make. I propose that the Constitutional Review Committee should amend Article 86 and 87 to isolate national development Planning Commission from presidential control to ensure long-term continuity. And then the second thing is Article 57, Clause 3 requires a referendum, 40% turnout, 75% approval, which makes it difficult to make any provisions need to, non-entrenched provisions need a two-thirds parliamentary majority. And then the last one is the Constitution indicates that emolument of...
What is your proposal on the amendment procedure? So you are saying that 40% is correct, right? In
70.
order to amend the entrenched clauses in the Constitution, there must be a voter turnout of at least 40%, and those who turn out must approve a proposal by 75%. And you are saying that makes it very difficult to change the entrenched clauses, which is the idea, is to make it difficult. But you think it's too difficult. What is your alternative proposal?
The percentage should reduce to 50%. 50% turnout. Okay. And then the last one is the Constitution talks about emolument of MMDCs and presiding members of district assemblies. The MMDC emolument comes from the consolidated fund, whilst the presiding member emolument comes from the district-owned resources. This one makes it very difficult to rural district assemblies because some rural district assemblies have very small IGF sources. So if the presiding members and other assembly members' emoluments can come from the consolidated fund, it will be better. Thank God to the current president who promised giving allowances to the assembly members. Thank you.
Prof. Chairman.
On the last point, one of the other proposals that have come up as an offshoot of the idea of electing MMDCs is that we should be moving to a position where district assemblies or local government generally should be moving away from dependence on consolidated fund for recurrent expenditure, right? So there's some proposal that we have to get to a point where an assembly should be able to pay for the salary not only of the presiding member, but of the elected MMDC. If you are going to elect your MMDC and they are going to get their pay from Accra, how exactly does it work? So this is why some are proposing that we should create larger districts that have a viable local economy or local tax base so that they can generate their own IGF to pay their own local staff, and then the central government money will come for capital development. When money comes from Accra, of course, this Assembly Common Fund is still there, but there will be money, when it comes from Accra, it will be for development, not for salaries. So that is actually going counter to the proposal that you are making, which is to put more people on the consolidated fund. The proposal that is getting, people are talking about, is to take more people off the consolidated fund so that local communities can generate their own resources. You give them an incentive to generate their own resources, to collect the property rates, to collect what it is that they must collect locally to pay themselves at the local level. So that's actually an alternative proposal.
We'll now turn our attention to our revered chiefs for them to also share their views and opinions.
It doesn't mean we are closing. We are not closing yet. We just think we've had a number of views from the public. Let's have our revered chiefs also join the conversation.
Yeah, thank you very much, MC and Chairman. We are from the Regional House of Chiefs. But what we are going to present here are individual opinions. It doesn't represent the opinions of the House. Most of what I want to say has already been touched on, but I'll mention them nevertheless. One is the rationale for the allocation of district command fund to the members of parliament, because they form part of the assemblies where they decide what should be done for the district. And that is where the money should be spent. But if you give it to them, most of us in our districts, we have conflict between the DCs and the MPs, because they're all trying to outdo each other in developing the district. And most often than not, the MPs are not even found at the district assembly meetings. So this is what I think we should look at. The second one, as I said, has been touched already. We need to separate the executive from the lawmakers. You want to be an MP, you stick to that. And then you want to be a minister, then you will stick to that one too. In that case, in that way, we save money, and then we have the people actually concentrate on what they want to do. The third is this more about governance in the service. I was a regional director of health service, and this is what difficulties that I encountered. I think at the national level, the presidency should actually concentrate more on the national level, appoint national officers, and let the national officers appoint the regional officers, and the regional officers appoint the district officers. In that way, they have absolute control over those under them. There's discipline and there's efficiency in the system. The fourth one is also touched by somebody. If you could change the Council of State into a second chamber, it will help us better than actually having it. Personally, I don't think the Council of State is doing what it's supposed to do. I have a friend who's been there before. When the president has an issue that it needs to be passed, they wait when they're on recess. Then they send the proposal to the chairman. The chairman handpicks the executive, which are usually actually aligned to the government. Then they pass it. When they come back from recess, they say, you are not there and this thing happened, and we pass it. I mean, that's not good for the country. So I think we should screw. We are just wasting our money on the Council of State. As Gratia was touched on, I think it should be scrapped. And Article 71 office holders, there's so much money going to them. I think we should review it and then try to pay reasonable according to what the government can do. But some of the monies are outrageous compared to those under them. Let's try and bridge the gap between the highest paid and the lowest paid. Some people who get, most of those people who are actually paid lower than these officers do more of the work than officers. Most of the officers just spend their time traveling up and down outside the country and come back, shelve the documents. It doesn't even add any value to the organizations that they live in, that they work in. The chairman touched on the districts. I think we need to cap the creation of districts and also constituencies. And also cap the number of Supreme Court judges and the number of ministries as well. Another very important point is that I think the government in power should stop initiating new projects 6 to 12 months before they end their tenure. The third, we should have a national development plan, which was also said here, for all governments should follow. And another point that was touched on was appointments of government appointees in the district assembly. They are so numerous that when the district decides on something, the government appointees actually torpedo it, and then they do what they want to do. It doesn't help the district. As I said, I worked in the health sector, and now I'm thinking that I don't know how the government is going to do that, how you're going to do it. But I think all district hospitals, regional hospitals, and key teaching hospitals should go under the Ministry of Defense so that they cannot strike. Because when they strike, it's actually those in the district that suffer, not the big people who can go to the private hospitals. So let's find a way to stop the striking of health workers. There are more, but this is just what, of course, I just have to talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is it okay if I follow up with a few questions?
A few questions, sir. But with your permission, before you do that, sir, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our very revered Inyab Nanton Na, Mahamadou V, the paramount chief of the Nanton traditional area. He has joined us. Thank you very much. Prof, over to you, sir. Yes. Not now, sir. Not now. Yes.
So I thank you, His Royal Highness, for the contribution that you made. I'm interested in this idea of, so we are looking at decentralization at two levels, right? Political decentralization, which is electing, having local communities elect their own chief executives. But you also mentioned administrative decentralization. And you said, you know, the president may appoint the national officers, but then when it comes to the regional, maybe the regional or the RCC should appoint and the district should appoint. One of the issues that have come up in the context of decentralization is, for example, if we were to elect at an MCE at a municipal or metropolitan level, at that district level, who does, say, the director of, district director of health or the district director of education report to? Should they then now be reporting to the district political head under your proposal, or should they still continue to report to the service chain of command, say within the service? It's one of the issues that is not very, you know, when you are doing decentralization, you have to worry about how all of these things work. There is a sense that if we were to allow local communities to take more control of, say, their own education, so that at the education level, for example, the district director will be reporting to the assembly and the head of the district, as opposed to the GES structure. The other issue is on the Council of States that I want to pick your brain on. So, a lot of, almost nobody likes the Council of State the way it is constituted. And as a result of the way the composition, there are some who say we should abolish it. And we don't like the way it's constituted. The other view is that, yes, we don't like the way it is composed, so we should change the composition and the functions. And I think a point has already been made about the elected members and how it's beginning to give rise to partisanship and violence and all of that. So one proposal is to remove all the elected members, for example, which there are 16 of them coming from 16 regions through the district assemblies. And this is my own, it's not a proposal, but let's say we were to replace those 16, and I'm sure you would like this idea, with 16 members nominated by the regional houses of chiefs. You say you want a second chamber. Let's say we take away the elected members and we say the regional houses of chiefs must pick a native of the region. Could be a chief, could be a queen mother, but it could be any native of the region to represent the region on the Council of State. And then the rest of the government, the president's appointees, let's say we say, no, the president should not be picking them. Let's allow professional bodies, teachers' unions, trades unions, CSO, whatever, also to nominate those people who will add on to the 16, so that we limit the president to only those ex-officio members, say the former Chief Justice, all those former people. The president will pick maybe one or two, and then maybe Parliament will also pick one or two, so that we have on the body that's about 28 or 30, just about 2 or 3 that are picked by the president, but the majority come from chiefs, interest groups, identifiable professional bodies, the religious bodies. Would that be a composition that you think would work for you? Would it be close to the idea of the second chamber that you like? Or how do you conceptualize the second chamber in terms of the composition?
Yeah, Chairman, thank you very much.
Chief, if I could just follow up, with your permission, very briefly, because it's a related question. Sorry. We are hearing a lot about how to amend the composition, particularly of the Council of State, to turn it into a second chamber. What I haven't heard enough is this whole thing about what is the purpose. Because if we don't clarify the purpose of a body, we can spend all the time tweaking the membership and how we elect them and still not achieve anything. So if we are saying that we want a second chamber, what do we want it for? Why do we want it? If we are saying that we should maintain the Council of State, but just make this what is the purpose that we have in mind for a Council of State that would require that we take away the appointive powers of the president, etc. So this is in addition to the chairman's question, but I'm sure when the audience are also asking questions, you can reflect on that.
Okay, thank you very much. What name we give to that body doesn't matter. The most important thing is that the body should be representative. And secondly, their decision should be binding on the president. Whether it is the Council of State or the second chamber, it should be very, very representative of the citizens of Ghana. And then their decision should be binding on the president. Okay. So that is where I'm coming from.
Sure.
And then with regards to the district, the health and education. Education, they can answer through the district director and then regional director and up. But health has a different reason because their workers, especially the doctors, have to be taken care of by the state. And then the equipment that they buy has to come from the state. The district cannot actually contain that expenditure. They cannot. So we leave that one. They answer through their service lines. But the others can actually pass through the district director and the regional director.
Okay, let me just follow up with one more question to you, Your Royal Highness. And that has to do with the fact that currently the advice of the Council of State is not binding. Would you say that if we were to make the advice of the Council of State binding, will it make any difference in terms of the composition as it stands?
No. After the composition, like I said, it should be very, very representative. So the government appointee should go. And as you suggested, it will come from the traditional leaders, from the civil society bodies. That will be fine.
But in that case, should it still be advisory or should it be binding?
It should be binding.
It should be binding.
Always then why I did there. The praise is fine, I've heard, but I'm not interested. And then we have wasted all our money paying them all these 4 years.
The point has been made in some other sessions that the challenge is that the president has executive authority to act, has a mandate. So all you can do as a council will be to advise. But if you are now going to bind the president, wouldn't that be defeating the whole concept of executive authority?
Okay, I assume that for the first 4 years, the whole 4 years, they have been advising him and he's not taking it. They've been advising him, he's not taking it. Then why are they there?
Yeah, that's fine.
No, I think we can stay on this for a couple more minutes. I want to go back to Alhaji Tanko's point about the function or the purpose, because as he said, most of the conversation around the Council of State has focused on the composition. Part of the reaction from the public or from stakeholders is that we call this the Council of State, but it appears that it has become the Council of the President. And that maybe the reform must make it properly into a Council of State, so that it doesn't just advise the president, which is where the binding issue comes from, or second chamber comes from. There is also the suggestion that if it's going to be a Council of State, as opposed to a council of the president, then, for example, where certain laws, certain bills are introduced to Parliament, for example, bills having to do with international contracts or awarding of natural resource contracts or whatever, that maybe the Council of State can take a second look at it.
That's true.
Before it is passed and give its advice that the legislature must consider or take into account. Another possible function would be to say that a lot of people have talked about the president not nominating the independent constitutional office holders like NCC, EC, and all of those things. What if we give it to the Council of State to be the one that organizes the recruitment? Send your applications to the Council of State. Maybe the Council of State will sit together with the Public Service Commission for the certain offices, so that they will be the one making the advice which will be binding. So we were looking at the Council of State, if it is to remain a Council of State, then expanding the role so that we can justify changing the composition to reflect that new role. I think that's an addition to what Alhaji was saying, that in addition to the composition, shouldn't we be looking at a different function? Conflict resolution. Now, when we have any conflict, somebody mentioned electoral violence and all of that. During elections, there's a lot of concern. Polarization. Shouldn't the Council of State be something like a larger peace council that helps with conflict resolution and all of those things, so that we can justify retaining it but changing the composition?
Yeah, I agree with you. If we can do that, then we can justify the monies that they are receiving. That's a better decision. Not only the president, but they can also take on other national issues and solve it. In that case, you're also reducing the powers of the president, which actually I think you are looking at. This is also my opinion. The Constitution, the 1992 Constitution, was actually crafted when the military government was moving to this end. So somehow the crafters didn't want it to hurt the president too much because of his absolute powers. So they added a lot of things that we actually didn't need. So and these are some of these bodies just to support him. So I think it would be a good thing if you add more functions to the Council of State and let it work, not only directed to the president. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm going to start with the Council of State because I have some knowledge of how that thing works. And after I'm done, I think Nantuna also worked there. He was also on the Council of State. So you have two more views coming from that side. Can you hear me? Oh, thank you again for having me. I said I have served on the Council of State, so I'm going to give you another version of probably what will make it better. And I've actually dwelled on this issue, turned over several times in my head. Number one, the name doesn't matter. It is what it does. It should come in a different form. More like probably some aspects of the House of Lords, and in another form, just like the Congress in the United States. In other words, part of their function should also involve what Parliament actually does. They don't initiate the bills, but when Parliament finally comes up with a bill, it should go back to them. It should come to the new house we are creating. They will look at it. If there is need to amend it in some way, they go and do it. If there's a difference, they go into conference and resolve it before it actually comes out and probably goes for presidential assent. That's one way to look at it. The other side is its composition. I don't want it to look like we're just looking to get people to fill up seats there. There must be a reason for each member being there. There must be something that qualifies him or her to be there. For example, one of the things I thought on was that person, because of what I intend them to be like, must be at least 50 years or older, at the very least, because you're looking at people who should be experienced in their chosen field that merit a place on the council, so that if issues like that comes, he is the person to lead the debate. There must be people with knowledge generally of how society runs. I don't know what you want to call them, philanthropists, local government experts or whatever, but there must be a group like that. If you're talking about medicine, surely one or two doctors, old doctors, I'm not talking of those who can still run to the theater. You know, if that's what we are talking about, it'll be nice to have one or two on board. The composition of these the numbers, I don't care about, but just so long as they're there. There must be enough women from different sectors to be part of that group. The last time I was close to that source, I kept a diary, and every appointment that came from the president, I noted and I divided it. Let me see how women there are here. And you'll be surprised some of them went as low as 5%. In one instance, it was 3%. I still have the records. But I'm not supposed to talk directly about things like that. Otherwise, I'll be violating my oath. You know. Other things you might want to look at is the exact assignment they will be given. You know. Just don't throw them there and say, you are this body or this council, go there and whatever comes your way, you do it. There must be specific things they are directed to do or take charge of. That makes a whole lot of difference in what they do. Can I move to my next point? If you have any questions on the Council of State, holler later, I probably.
I think.
Okay. Okay. IGFs, internally generated funds. The first time I saw the document and read it in the Council, I was very happy. We are going to ask our people to move, get up and do something for yourself. But then as I went around the districts, I had 26 districts at that time, and I covered each one of them. And what I saw there wasn't flattering. It wasn't the thing I thought it would be, like encouraging them to do anything. You have to have something to work on. Some of these villages, the only time you can think of IGF is a market day. And the market day, I come with my goat to sell. How much are you going to get for that goat? And if you tax me this time, next time around, I say, maybe I better sell the goat by the roadside. I don't even get there, so you don't get the extra CD from me. How do you generate IGF for these districts? Zero, nothing. And if my information is right, you base other decisions based on how much IGF they make. Well, talk about killing somebody twice over. He doesn't have it, and you are also using IGF as a basis for giving him money. But doesn't work. I give you examples of how bad this is. I definitely took a study just so I could talk on a day like this. 1965, Kintampo was not a match for Yendi here. It wasn't a match. But Yendi is in a corner. If you are not going to Yendi, what do you do that way? You don't. Kintampo is a double face. You're coming from the south, carrying goods, you will stop there, you will pay. You leave the north, you're going back down south, you will stop there, you will pay. So they get you two ways. The revenue they generate from IGF alone, I think, in a month, Yendi may spend about 6 months or a year trying to get that same IGF. What is your basis for basing any decision on IGFs? I'm saying it doesn't work. We've got to find another way to look at it. If you want to incentivize them, yes, do it. But basing it on IGF, I'm sorry, it's not going to cut it. There are districts today who do not even have messengers because they don't have money. There are districts today, I know, who don't have watchmen to guide all the things that you have put there. You know, all these latest machinery we have put there, no watchman. How does this thing work? I'm leaving that to you. I'm going to my next point. I've got a couple more. Yeah, I got a couple more. Campaign financing. I think that's a headache that nobody wants to talk about. Not until we get that thing in order, election will always find its way to be ugly for most people. I don't know where you're getting your money from, but if I'm going to raise money on my own to finance my campaign, and we are not talking $100 or, sorry, 100 cedis or 2,000 or 2 million cedis. We are talking bundles and bundles of money. I spend that kind of money. If I get there, I'm going to look to recoup it. This is the honest fact, folks. I'm going to find ways. I don't know whether you want to call it stealing or accepting bribes, or whatever you call it. I'm going to find a way to get that money back. Will it encourage me to do good for my citizens? I'm not sure, because my business is to get my money back. We need to take a serious look at campaign financing. And while we are at that, please, 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 let's make sure we give women some places in that house. How we do it, I'm not sure, but we got to get them there. They are 51% and more of our population. We can't throw them away. We can't throw them away. We must find a place for them to be. And how we get them there, give them money or whatever, I don't know. But we have to find a place for them. Last one. Nobody wants to talk about this, but let me ask. My uncle was a civil servant for about 30 years. And half the time he was head, assuming he wasn't doing good. Who bore that responsibility? Governments come, he's sitting there, he's advising that government. The government, you say, let's look at this civil servant too, and ask ourselves, is he doing right by everybody? Or do we assume that once you get there, you are it? We rely on you to do everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll turn our attention to Njab Nantona right now.
Thank you for the opportunity. Right. The first point I want to put across, even though it's already in the Constitution, but I also want to emphasize that on that. The banning of chiefs in active party politics should be maintained in order to continue to serve, for the chief to serve as fathers for all political parties. But that is very good in our Constitution, and we've seen that practically it has worked very well, because all political parties, they visit the palaces when they go around on their campaigns. So any attempt to involve chiefs directly will not be proper for the chiefs, and the respect that they derive from that will be raised. So my suggestion that it should still be maintained. The second point is chiefs should actively participate in local governance, and that the 30% appointees to the district assemblies be determined by the traditional authority in the catchment area of the district assembly, and not by political party executives on behalf of the chiefs. In fact, we talk about chiefs appointing 30% of membership of the assembly. But normally, the chiefs are not even consulted. They just pick, the party executives just handpick some people to represent those who should have served as appointees of the chiefs. So much as is still in the system, it should be emphasized that the chiefs must be given the opportunity to do the selection or the appointment themselves, and not party executives carrying that responsibility on behalf of the chiefs. The third is, even though the House of Chiefs have been lumped together under the Minister of Local Government, independent and adequate budgetary allocation voted for the chieftaincy sector from the consolidated fund to enable them execute their functions, including administrative expenses, salaries, allowances, committees, and persons serving with the said houses of chiefs and traditional councils. The last point is on adjudication. Adjudication by chiefs should be given a legal status to deal with recalcitrant people who would want to misconduct themselves before the chiefs. Their judgment should be given teeth to bite where necessary. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our chiefs are done with their views. You may want to ask questions.
Yes. Thank you very, very, very much. His Royal Highnesses, this is so let me follow up on the IGF issue. So I understand the point you're making, that many of these districts we're talking about do not have an economic base to make it possible for them to generate the IGFs that we're talking about. But then in that case, and that is true, so in that case, must we not be basing the creation of districts on some other criterion? And importantly, must such districts remain districts on their own? Right? If the idea of a district is the unit at the local level that serves as the engine for drive economic development in the area, and yet that unit has been carved out in a way that doesn't give it the capacity economically to do the job, must we continue to just make it a district just for making sake? Or should we then think seriously about this idea of amalgamating so that we get a sizable enough unit that can drive local development? Another point, maybe another source of revenue. Currently, I think, for example, the GRA collects any income that you make is subject to GRA income tax, right? It doesn't matter where. Should we maybe give districts more sources of revenue beyond property rates, market tolls, and those small sources? Do you have any specific ideas? I think I like the proposals coming from the traditional authorities. Would you maybe, with a little bit more time, if we were to invite you to give us a written submission, and maybe take a little bit more time and work through these ideas, whether it's the Council of State, whether it's the IGF idea, so that we have something written on paper that we can reflect on. But I think there are very important issues that you have raised, but this may not be the appropriate forum for us to press you on coming up with specific proposals. Maybe if we just said, we're still talking, we are not done with the engagements until the end of July. If we gave you now and another 2-3 weeks, just send us a written submission from this region, from the House of Chiefs, from your own palace, just as an individual. Is this something that would be okay? Because I think there are a number of very important issues that you have raised about women's participation in the parliament, about specific assignment for Council of State members, about eligibility criteria for membership. Who must you be to get on the council? All of these I think are important points, but maybe if we allow you more time, you can give us some more concrete ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we will do that. We'll do that for you. We'll submit a memorandum. Yeah.
Prof. Chairman, there was also, okay, sorry.
Your Royal Highnesses, with your permission, I would like to add one or two items for your consideration. The first one has to do with chiefs and participation in local government. It will be helpful. The Constitution bars chiefs from participating in partisan politics, and many leaders of traditional authority, like our elder just said, also endorse that constitutional provision for very good reasons. Now, if the proposal is that heads of districts or local governments should be elected based on partisan nomination, how does that affect or influence the selection of chiefs into the district assemblies? In a district, you are likely to have some paramount chiefs and some ordinary chiefs. How will the selection be in terms of chiefs and their participation? I think these mechanisms, the mechanisms for this is also important, since, as you know, in many parts of our communities, there could be some problems of chieftaincy disputes here and there. And if we are to add the selection of chiefs into these political units, it could also exacerbate some of these differences among traditional authorities. My second point for your consideration has to do with the role of chiefs in the management of natural resources. Throughout our engagements, it is coming out very strongly, as the chairman said in his earlier remarks, that Ghanaians want communities to have a say in the award of contracts, in the management of natural resources, and also in the benefits that come to the communities from natural resource exploitation. Now, what role do you think our chiefs can play in this area of managing the natural resources in our different communities? My last point has to do with cultural development. We know that, and we say it all the time, that chiefs are the custodians of our culture, of our traditions, of our customs. That is why even in governance, the Constitution has a place for customary law and all of that. What areas of our cultural development do you think that our elders and chiefs ought to advance for constitutional development? Because when you look at the Constitution, in my reading, it's very silent, it's not strong at all in terms of many important areas of cultural development. In the directive principles, the Constitution talks about Ghanaian languages, but it is vague. It does not give any directive, any mandate to government or anybody to advance this area of our cultural development. So I think our elders, our revered chiefs ought to advise us. How must the Constitution promote cultural development in whichever areas that we think culture should help advance our progress? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Prof. Chairman has already indicated that the chiefs will present a document, and I'm sure they have taken notice of Prof. Kakari's observations and questions, and those will be included in the document that the chiefs will be sending to the committee. I want to turn my attention now to leaders of CSOs and a former director of the National Commission for Civic Education. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you very much, MC. Chairman, good afternoon. I think my regional director has given me a point to also make on his behalf. Thank you. I think I've had an opportunity of joining other civil society organizations to present our position on decentralization to the committee. But then since this is a consultation and I have another opportunity, I'll raise some few issues. The first one I would like to touch on is Article 248, which currently bars political parties from actively involved in local level elections. It is my humble submission that this article be reviewed to allow political parties to be actively involved. Act 936 can be amended to accommodate this. But what I advise is that we should not give any opportunity to President to nominate a number to be vetted for citizens to elect one of those the Public Service Commission will pass. We should amend Act 936 to the District Assembly Act 936 to allow or to create a process for parties to submit candidates for such elections. Relatively connected to this is for us to consider a provision that would allow assemblies. Currently, we have the president through the local government ministry create or merge districts. We should allow citizens to also take decisions to either merge or just maybe the appropriate thing here to merge districts. For example, if an assembly feels they lack capacity to mobilize resources to manage their assembly, then they pass a resolution to merge with a sister district. This would be citizen-led creation of assembly. So that it's not like before an assembly is merged with another, it has to come from the presidency. Please, if we can give this attention. I also want to suggest that Article 1281 be amended to provide a maximum of maybe say 15 justices of the Supreme Court. Currently is open and the president decide whether there is a need for more numbers or not. We should amend this and cap the number of justices that will be in the Supreme Court. We may also look at the current number. And so instead of 15 proposed here, we look at the current number and cap that in the Constitution. And if possible, make it an entrenched provision in the Constitution so that the president will not just amend that and appoint so many judges into the Supreme Court. Mr. Chairman, the data has become very important, and every day we keep talking about inflation, we talk about data quality, and there are so many concerns around that. Is it not time for us to upgrade the statistical service and make it an independent body? So instead of just focusing on government statistician, it appears, coming from civil society organization, it appears we are leaving out the private sector and living citizens. That is, if I take the triangle of governance, that is private sector, government, and civil society, it appears limiting it to government statisticians. The focus is on data from government agencies and not data on our governance across all sectors. So if we can give attention to this area and maybe give the new the government statistician, maybe statistician general or director general statistical service, I think it's something that would also help us, Mr. Chairman. Now, Ghana, we define youth as, well, someone below 35 and below. Is it not contradictory that we push for youth participation in governance? Then we also pay qualification for contesting the highest office of the land at 40. I suggest that we look at the age, either below 35, or we make it 35 and above, so that once you are transitioning from the youthful age, at least your 35th birthday, you can be planning your presidential ambition against your 35th birthday. So that at least if we are saying that we don't want a youth to lead Ghana, but at least when you pass that age, you should be allowed to contest the highest position of the land. Okay. I think for now, I'll rest my case. Thank you very much.
May I follow up with, you know, my brother Awal has made a number of very interesting points here. I like quite a few of them. Let's go back to the local election of MMDCs. Now, one issue that we must anticipate is that the moment we say that the president is no longer going to appoint MMDCs, but local communities are going to elect, we should anticipate a long list of people who offer themselves for election. Whether we base it on parties or no parties, we are going to get, just like the presidential ballot, you know, there are only 2 parties have given us president so far, but every election the ballot is very long, like 12 people, 13, 14. When we elect MMDCs, I'm almost certain we are going to have 20 or more people show up for election. The job of an MMDC or a mayor is partly political, but also partly managerial. You have to manage a city, a district, a town. You have to actually administer it, run it. Have we thought about what kinds of additional qualifications we should require for a person to become a mayor or to be elected as a mayor? The usual constitutional provision is that a person must be qualified to be an MP. But being an MP is a different job from being a mayor or even a minister. An MP, you just go to parliament, you represent your community, you just talk, and you do legislative work with other people. When you are a chief executive, you are actually managing budgets, making resources available, doing things on the ground. What are the qualifications that we must require of people who offer themselves to become MMDCs in an elected system? On the political parties, those who object to parties being involved put up a number of arguments. One of the arguments is, and I think Royal Highness alluded to, the issue of campaign finance, money in politics. That there's so much money in our politics that it distorts not only the choices of the people. People vote based on all kinds of inducements, but also it's the conduit for corruption. And there's a concern that if we allow parties to become involved in the selection of MMDCs, the problems we have with money in politics will then be decentralized. And so now you are going to have huge billboards, rallies, all of the same things that put up the cost of an election. So that's one concern, and that the more money you get in politics, the fewer women you are going to get, the fewer, professionals, sometimes, people who want to do good for the community, but they don't have money. So that's one objection. I did a focus group in Koforidua one time, and I asked them, but we all know that the parties are involved already. So why is it that we are pretending that they are not involved? Why shouldn't we just make it open? And the answer I got was very interesting. They said, well, even though we know parties are involved, the fact that they cannot openly do it mitigates, it just moderates the election environment. We don't get presidents coming in to come and endorse any candidate. No minister, there's just peace in the community when we are electing our district assembly people. They also work better together, actually, even though they may know who is MPP and NDC. When they are openly identifiable, it may be different. So there are people who accept the fact that will change everything. We will get a lot of conflict at the local level. Violence, party violence will come at the local level. So there are a lot of those kinds of objections. So I think, I like your submission, but I want you to, and other people too who feel the same way, to reflect on this, because even though Ghanaians want us to elect MMDs, every survey that has been done so far, most people don't want parties to be involved. So I think you should take that on board and figure out in your reflection how to address some of these concerns, especially about the money in politics. The money in politics and the involvement of national government. The moment parties are involved, the incumbent government will descend on a small locality and come and change the nature of the politics during the election cycle. And that's a concern for a lot of people. So I think it's important to note those.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir.
Just linked to the issue of lowering the age for presidential candidates. I think in one or two places we've also had suggestions that we should set an upper limit for how old you can be to contest elections. We don't ask for an immediate answer here, but I think in the reflections, if we think that it is something that needs to be done. The issue of campaign finance has been raised, and I think at one or two of the consultations, a point was made about the campaign period, that whilst most countries have a specified period, maybe 2 months for campaign, essentially in Ghana, we just have an open season. As soon as we finish one election, people are already campaigning for the next one, and that increases the cost of elections and etc. And so we would also like your reflections. Should the period be limited? And if so, maybe what would be ideal? But as I said, I'm not asking for answers immediately. I mean, we want to hear as much as possible from the floor, so you can reflect that in your. Thank you.
Much, Prof. Chairman. There's room for us to take. Oh, yes, Prof.
Is it on? Yes. To add to my colleague's point about political party financing, it has also been proposed to us that political parties are virtually not regulated by our legal or constitutional system. That is that whatever laws there are not applied effectively, especially when it comes to financing. And it has been proposed that there should be established a body that regulates political parties, perhaps a body under a department under the Electoral Commission, or a separate department that will have the mandate to regulate political parties, demand or exact accountability from them as necessary. In other words, we are all trying to find ways to make the political parties more responsive to accountability and to help develop the democracy in ways that minimize all the negative things that we are all witnesses to. And I think it is something that we need to pay some attention also to. Mr. Moderator, there is a suggestion here that we have sat for a long time and that we could take a short break
the dreams I had was to become a brand ambassador to any brand at all. You know, as a journalist, I've seen some of my colleagues on billboards in newspapers, and yet nobody ever approached me. I'm like, why? Am I not doing well enough? Then finally one day, I thought my dream had come to life because I had a female colleague, very beautiful lady, intelligent and all of that. She came to me and said, and I will not mention the company's name, they are into cosmetics. So she came to me and said, Mumin, ABC cosmetic company says they want to do an advert using you and I. I was excited, super excited. And she gave me the date that they said they will come, so we do the TV commercial, you know, shoot the video and all of that. So the time arrived, and then the crew came, cameraman, a director, producer, everybody was around. And they focused only on the lady. Whilst I was standing, they gave the lady a script. And then she would say, ABC soap, so refreshing. They said, well done, now let's do a take two. They did it about 4 or 5 times, but they never turned to me. So I got curious. I said, Mr. Producer, I've seen that you are paying all the attention on the lady, and so far nobody has spoken to me. They said, oh, sorry, we forgot to tell you. We want to show the audience the effect of our soap before and after. The lady is the after, you are the... A round of applause to everybody who has made it here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much for coming back. We will take, I believe, the last round of questions, suggestions, whatever it is, and then the responses, and then we will wrap up, and then we'll go for lunch. And so if you have any suggestions, any recommendations, this is the time again. Again, the rule still stands 5, not more than 5 in the row. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I've already introduced myself. I don't know whether I should do it again, but I'm Bibiana once again. I got carried away with our chairman's remarks on election of MMDCs, and he said we should present solutions. And I think we should think through it before we say we should elect MMDCs. And all along, I've been thinking about this. The purpose of, or when you look at the functions of an MDC, he is a representative of the central government and also the political head of the government in the area. Then we are thinking of electing MMDCs, and we have various political parties in the country. And I sometimes think about this. Excuse me if I bring this out, I don't intend, but you know, we can think about it and see the consequences. I'm an assembly member representing an electoral area, and I sympathize with another political party. And this has effect on me, carrying out my responsibilities as assembly member for my electoral area in the past regime we had. And I can say this is my 2nd term, and throughout, we haven't had even a single developmental project in my area being executed either from the assembly or by the central government, simply because I wear the tag of this political party. Now, an MMDC is elected, which doesn't belong to the ruling party. What happens? we need to think through the consequences this might bring. This is just an electoral area, one electoral area that has been treated this way because the person belonged to Party B. Now, we look at the broader picture. The person doesn't belong to Party B, but Party B is in power. Will the district be treated fairly because the person is coming from the other party? This is something we should think through. And it can deprive even the whole assembly development and representation of the people. It won't be the true reflection of the government. We know how our political system runs here in Ghana. The moment we have someone that is not coming from our political party, there's sabotage to tag the person as incompetent so that our party can represent a better person there. If we are looking at this, let us think at this aspect. Now, someone is elected as MMDC. How does the person represent central government? The policies and projects of government, how will it be executed so that people benefit from it? And how will the person actually reflect what government intends to do for the people? Will the person not also, in another way, try to sabotage the ruling government so that the assembly will see that the government doesn't have the people at heart? These are some of the things I think we should look through it and get the solutions actually. I don't mind if we go with electing MMDCs. That will be fair enough. But let's take the picture out of the box and look at realities and get solutions for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Douglas Haruna Yakubu, Headmaster of Ghana Senior High, Tamale. Mr. Chairman, I want to make reference to the term of office of the President. Yesterday, whilst I was watching the vetting of some justices proposed for the Supreme Court, our MPs asked questions concerning the term of office of the President. Interestingly, most of them are lawyers, and I expected that they could have, to some extent, explained some of these things to us who are not lawyers. And if you look at Article 66(2) of the Constitution, it says, a person shall not be elected to hold office as President of Ghana for more than 2 terms. Now, I remember Justice Battels yesterday said, 2 terms, period. Why would the MPs be asking these questions as lawyers? I think that something basically is missing from the Constitution. One word, and if that word is not useful, then I think any president who comes for the first term, leaves and comes back, can continue for another term. Because they said 2 terms. And that word I propose should be consecutively. If the word was there, I believe that our MPs and lawyers would not be asking the justices about the tenure of office of a sitting president. So if we remove, no, it's not even there, if we don't add consecutively, then it means that, in my opinion, please, any president who comes for the first term does not continue and comes back has to continue for a second term. That's my proposal. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Osman Zakaria from Tamale Nurses Training College. My question, Mr. Chairman, has to do with Clause 8 to 11 of Article 60. That has to do with, in a situation where the president is unable to perform his functions. This issue came up, for the past few years in the case of Asari versus Attorney General and Co. And recently the president traveled and this issue came up in Parliament again. So it's like this particular article is ambiguous. I think we should be able to define going forward. When we say the president is unable to perform his function, is it in the case that the president has traveled to France or US and therefore the president cannot function in Ghana? We should be able to define this particular provision very well. Another issue has to do with Article 88. In fact, the only minister mandated in our constitution, that is Attorney General. I'm having issue with Attorney General office as a person. I think they shouldn't combine the offices of being attorney at the same time Minister for Justice. I think if going forward, it can be decoupled so that we have minister in charge of, government, advising government when it comes to legal issues, and we have justice who will be executing the procedural issues. My last issue has to do with, when you read the entire Constitution, there's no provision, to the best of my knowledge, concerning essential service workers. The only thing I know, law governing essential service workers, has to do with the Labor Act. Of course, it has lists who are the essential service workers in this country. But of course, I'm with the view that if you are given responsibility or responsibilities, it should come with right. It should come with benefit. This act doesn't provide the specific benefit that essential service workers must, get. So I think if the Constitution going forward can categorically, if you list essential service workers, it should be able to give benefit. So that if, as a citizen of Ghana, I want to be part of this essential service workers, I should be able to know what I stand to gain. So that we'll be able to avoid this drain people migrating outside this country to the detriment of Ghana. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Yakubu Abdel Majid. I represent journalists in the region. My suggestion is simple this. I cannot see why somebody at the age of 60 cannot hold a small office in the region or the nation. And at the age of 75, that person is qualified to contest at the highest office of the land. I think there should be something to do about that. Let's have an age limit, at least 70 or 75. Likewise, parliamentarians. And secondly, I think parliamentarians too should have a tenure of office expired. For instance, no more than 3 or 4 terms. That is my suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Gordon Tu. I'm a lecturer in UDS. Thanks for this opportunity. I have a couple of things. First, I want to tie it with the proposed second chamber and linking it to our retired Supreme Court judges, given the fact that they retire on their salary. Is it not a burden on the state when they just go home and sit down, and we have some of them are still having active minds and can do a lot of things? So if this second chamber or council of state, when you get to the age of 70, you can be pushed to the upper chamber so that you can be playing advisory role, and whatever that the chiefs propose, it can come in. Then our parliament is more concentrated on the boundary location. Is it not possible we can de-emphasize on boundaries so that we can have some identifiable groups, like people with disabilities, women groups, and whatever identifiable groups, to be a part of the parliament rather than just linking it to boundaries, constituency boundaries. We can have constituencies not as boundaries, but as people that are from different facets of society. At least some mathematics can be done to get that representation. Then the other thing too is that we have members of our parliament elected into EUA ECOWAS and AU Parliament. How do they get there? Should we not have a way of getting representatives from across the regions to represent ECOWAS and AU Parliament rather than getting our sitting members of Parliament in as members of these kind of parliaments too? If that can be done, it will be a good thing rather than they always choosing among themselves who becomes a member of AU or ECOWAS Parliament. The last thing is that this constitution is a government constitution, governance. And I propose that what is happening here, the final document should let citizens now enjoy the economic benefits of our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Dramane Same. I represent IDEC. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy our revered chiefs are still around, and we have discussed extensively on chiefs' participation in politics. I'm also happy that our chiefs have agreed to present a paper on that subject. However, there are a few concerns I think that if they can take on board. The first concern is that when we talk of participation in active politics, what does that really mean? What is the definition of participation in active politics? For me, it's not clear, and I think many of us seated here will agree that it is not too clear what that really means. Because we all know that as they sit in their respective palaces, they receive a lot of politicians in their palaces. At what point do we say that this particular chief or the other has involved himself in active politics? Then the other concern I have is, what are the sanctions associated with that? That is also an area. It is not enough to just say that we want to ban or we have banned chiefs from participating in active politics. What are the sanctions associated with that? I think we all need to know and it should be made clear so that at least when that is clear, it will serve as a guide for our various chiefs. Because in Ghana, what we know is that we are very good at formulating laws, but when it comes to the implementation, that is where we have a problem. Thank you very much.
Please, once again, my name is Yaya Idinama Onasara from Young Advocates Ghana. So while Article 21 speaks on the right to information, it does not reflect the reality of how information is now accessed, shared, or even obtained. Because nowadays, we all know that young people actually use digital form of information rather than, so what are we doing about those in the urban areas and people who do not access the internet? Additionally, Article 41 also speaks about citizens' right to protect the environment, but it does not establish the clear, enforceable right to a safe, clean, and sustainable environment. Neither does it affirm the state's constitutional obligation to prevent environmental harm or consider the disappropriate impact of climate change on youth, women, and also the marginalized in the communities. So I'd like to say that we should draft a law or something that should enable citizens or the communities to hold the state and corporations accountable for environmental degradation through precise legal mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Lar Nganang from Northern School of Business. Chairman, I am here to support the view that Article 78, Clause 1 be amended so that more ministers will be appointed outside Parliament. I think with the current structure, our MPs are not serving us well. We don't get the best out of them in Parliament. In any case, if you look at Clause 1, it states that the President will nominate majority from Parliament or those who qualify to be MPs. If you consider that very well, you realize that those who qualify to be MPs are more than those who are elected as MPs. And so I strongly support the view that let that clause be amended so that many ministers will be appointed outside Parliament in order to allow our MPs to serve us better. But, Mr. Chairman, permit me to make this comment. I think that as much as we need our constitution reviewed, we also have to look at our leadership, or we, the citizenry, because we can have the best of a constitution, but if our minds are not reviewed or reset, then we cannot get the best out of our reviewed constitution. In Ghana, we are lucky to have our constitution is a written one. Elsewhere, they don't have a written constitution, yet they are able to deliver well for their people. So why not us? So I think that NCC should be empowered to educate our citizens, especially those who aspire to be leaders, to stick to what the Constitution says. Because even this one, we can have a watertight reviewed Constitution, but if our leadership intend to do otherwise, they will do, because they will look at the loopholes in the Constitution and exploit that. And when we complain, they will tell us to go to the court, which, of course, is not right or will not augur well for us. And so I think that NCEC should be empowered to educate us on our civic responsibilities. And in this reviewed constitution, I propose that we should make it mandatory for civic education to be part of our educational curriculum, so that our children are trained right from school to understand that they need to be patriotic and to abide by what the Constitution stipulates. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Raymond Amo, or Engineer Raymond Amo, again from Ghana Health Service. I have two things to talk about, but the fact is that I have not gone into detail that is in the Constitution to know whether there is something stated there that can regulate these two issues. If it is not, then I think this time we should deliberately and strictly put something there to look at these issues. One is how we are now utilizing spaces or lands in Ghana now. The constructions we are doing. We build everywhere. Every space we see, we put building there. Meanwhile, naturally, Almighty God provided us receptacles, natural ones, where all surface waters should go. That is why in towns you see buffers reserved. The forest, the wetlands, they are there for those purposes. But now, everywhere we will go and fill, make it so solid and put building there. So the place that naturally the water should pass is no more there. It's now a building because people have money in abundance and they can turn the place to a place they can build. Also, even if the place is good for building, what we are adopting, it is too much for us, because you shouldn't concretize every area you are building or your house. Every place is paved. Where do we want the waste, surface water to go? So even in our own small houses, you can leave some of the places bare. You design it in such a way that water will go there and seep down. But we are not doing this.
So I don't want to interrupt you, but so these are all, spatial planning and land use and all of these things are among the functions that government performs, whether at the decentralized level or centralized level.
Yes, sir.
Is there, so that, and I don't know, you would know better how this works now.
Yeah.
In terms of the division of or allocation of functions between central government and local government, is there a way in which the system currently works that is broken and that is responsible for these problems? One. And secondly, how do you propose specifically, if that is the problem, that we fix it? Right? Because everybody, I think, agrees that the built environment is too chaotic, is too messy, we are not doing something right. But almost every district assembly has planning officers, they have those who give permits for building, they are building codes, it's not working.
Yeah.
What is the problem? What's the solution? Just so you
very well, Chairman. I was even going to that area.
Yeah,
yes, I know that before you put up a building, you go through some sequence where finally you will be permitted. You will be given a permit for you to build, whether the place is good for building or not. But for now, we don't know what is happening. Whether some people are too strong to bend the rule, or the people who are supposed to do and implement those rules
so there
are not
rules,
doing it.
There are rules on the books as to how this should be done. There are processes.
Yes, sir.
It's just that if it is broken, and this is why the point I'm making, we are interested, we are looking for solutions to problems.
Yeah.
Right? The problem is there.
Yeah.
We have already, you've mentioned it, I acknowledge it. Yeah. Is it the way we are currently distributing the power between maybe the central government and the local government? Is it how we have organized our local government system that is not making this work? It's not a Tamale problem, it's a Tema problem, it's an Accra problem, it's an Adenta problem, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
So in your view, how should we redistribute responsibility, power, resources, whatever it is, to make sure that our built environment, like the young lady came, government must have an obligation to ensure a safe, clean, healthy, sustainable environment.
Yeah.
Your point fits into that. What exactly is, from an engineer's perspective, right? Yeah. What is broken and what is the solution?
So, Chairman, what I'm trying to say is that we are all aware that something is broken, but where it's coming from is a very difficult thing to see. But I am relating it to the fact that people have power, too much power, and too much money, and that leads them to do anything they want. So I'm thinking that now, if at the local level, assembly, municipal assembly and all that, they are there and these things are still going on, then the superior document, which is the Constitution, should say something that will bite so much that either it can bite both ways. Those who are developing and the people whose work is it and they are not doing it well. Because I know we have bylaws in the assemblies before you give permit, this and that, as you have just said. But it is still not working well. So that is my issue. Number two is that I want to know also whether this is already in the Constitution, something is there to check it or not. If it is not, then we have to have it. That is how state infrastructure or property are being snatched looted and all that. Party A will come and lament plenty. These people have sold this, they have done that, they sold that to their people. The person lamenting will finish also and come to power, and they come and continue the same thing. So, this is the time that I can say we are enlightened, more than the time that, the imperial this thing. But still, we are rather doing the wrong practices than previously. So I want something to be stated clearly in the Constitution that government buildings cannot be sold to whoever, because government workers are here working. For instance, myself, I'm not from here. I'm working, but I can't get a place to stay. All the buildings have been taken, and then big stores and whatever are being. Meanwhile, we all are aware that those lands or properties were for the state. So maybe there's nothing so this thing there. That's why they are able to do it. So it must go into the superior book. That's my, thank you.
My name is Saeed Mohammed Sani. I represent the Ambaria Islamic Institute. My proposal is the age for consented sex is 16 years. And the required age for marriage is 18 years. For we Muslims, we don't have laxity to choose to have a sex at term and marriage at another term. So the right is like it's given to us and taken back. It is better the age for consented sex be moved to 18 years, and the age for marriage be reduced to 16 years. It is better the age for consented sex be moved to 18 years, and the age for marriage be reduced to 16 years, so that we can feel part of the particular provision of the Constitution. Then the second point is the Muslim girls and women should be allowed to wear the hijab and tobacco veils at a school and workplace. There have been a struggling at some schools and workplace. We deem a violation to the right of Muslim women, as stated in Article 21, Clause 1C, that it is a freedom to practice and religion. So the Constitution must be allowed the Muslim women and the Muslim student, female student, to wear the hijab or to wear the veil in the particular workplace and the schools. Thank you for opportunity.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Hussein Alasan Nantoma, Tamale Technical University rep. My proposal goes a 50-year national development plan, a long-term plan aimed at driving national development with a focus on graduate youth and employment. Question 2, rotating national capital. Rotating the national capital every 10 years to promote balanced development across the country and bridge existing gaps. Presidential term limit. Implementing a single 6-year term for presidents, deviating from the 8-year cycle specified in the 1992 Constitution.
Question 4. All bills passed must go through referendum. Citizens must be given the opportunity to vote, either to accept or to reject. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Osman Kasim. I work with NCC. My issue has to do with Article 97.1. That is vacation of MPCs in Parliament. If you read the act or the law carefully, you realize that no provision is made for removing an MP due to gross misconduct and also prolonged ill health or incapacitation. There is no such, provision made for that. But we have a situation where there was an MP who was sick for several years and could not perform his function as member of parliament, but the state continued to pay salaries and benefits to such individuals. So for me, I think that there should be an addition or an amendment to that particular portion where we have an impeachment process so that when an MP is unable to perform his function due to ill health or incapacitation, then there should be a procedure for his removal so that his constituents will have a representative, in parliament. And this will also add, something to the state because the state will not continue to pay salaries to people for no work done. Thank you. That's my suggestion.
Thank you once again. I'm very grateful to speak the second time. I'm a worker, Aisha too. In fact, I would like to talk about inclusive education. In the Constitution, I can't just state the actual clause that the Constitution stipulated that inclusive education will be made accessible for persons with disabilities, especially visual impairment. Those regions that are not having integrated or inclusive education are having a lot of people in the street begging due to the distance that the schools that visual impaired acquires education. Because if you look at northern region, for instance, we don't have any school that a visual impaired person can attend to acquire education. For that matter, when you go to the streets, for instance, when we close this occasion and you go to town, you realize that under the overhead, you realize that you see a lot of people begging on the streets who are visually impaired due to the distance that they could not send their children or their wards to school have ended them by begging on the streets. So I want to put this before the committee to I wish the Minister of Education should have been here to listen to what I'm saying. In fact, Northern region is very poor in terms of visual impaired acquiring education. For that matter, those of us who are fortunate to have been acquired education, when we identify young people to attend school, in fact, their parents always refuse. They feel like concentrating much on persons who can see or their children who can see rather than those who cannot see. So for that matter, and they look at the distance. That is why they refuse to send them to school, because they can't go to the mainstream school because there's no provision made for them. That is why I want to put this before the committee to look at it, because it was stated that from 2015, inclusive education will be made accessible for all persons with disability in the country, but it's not done. Another has to do with free accommodation for persons with disability when they get employed. It's very difficult for persons with disability when they get employed to acquire accommodation to stay and work for the country. So I want to put this before the committee. And another one has to do with accessibility to all the building, the public buildings. It was also stated that in the Constitution that it will be made accessible for all persons with disability, wherever that you find yourself in public institution. The environment will be accessible so that all people can move freely, but it's not done too. It's still like that. So I'm putting this before the committee to take notes on that. And another one has to do with those who cannot hear and those who cannot speak. When they go to hospitals to acquire health care, they find it very difficult to acquire health care. So if government could make interpretation accessible to all regional or teaching hospitals, so that when persons with hearing impaired attend hospital to access health care, they will be able to communicate to the health practitioners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I am Doreen Donko, and I am coming from Tamale Nurses and Midwife Training School. And coming from the health side, I'm so passionate about the health of the population. And what I've noticed in my practice in the health sector is that we are having a lot of malnutrition currently ongoing. So I want to suggest if we can increase maternity leave from the 3 months to probably to cover the 6 months that the mother is doing exclusive breastfeeding. 3 months to 6 months. If that cannot be done, then there should be enforcement of the facility to do baby-friendly offices so that the mothers can carry the babies to the work site. Because at the end of the day, their IQs are being affected. And we are hoping that the younger ones are those who are coming to occupy the high office. So if the IQ is affected because of nutrition, then we have a problem as a country. My second submission is neonatal jaundice. And it's also increasing, and it's causing a lot of disability in the system. So I want to find out if something can be done so that the Constitution will make it binding. Every baby born, they test the baby before the baby is discharged from the facility. And that will help, because most of the time it is missed. Unless you test, then you can check whether the child is developing the neonatal jaundice or not, so that some of these disabilities will be minimized. Then my last option, suggestion is about trade. As a health worker, I still do small business. I know foreigners, according to GIPC Act 865, they are supposed to do wholesale. Then the indigenous will do the retail. But these days, they are doing the two. So the indigenous are suffering. And most of these foreigners do not issue VAT invoice. And the tax that is supposed to go to the government, they carry it outside the country. And then the indigenous are suffering. So I don't know how we can enforce the rules so that the foreigners who are trading in the country abide by the rules and regulations governing trade in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Umar Abdul Hamid. I represent the Regional Chief Imam. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, the Chief Imam wants the committee to take notice. The Chief Imam wants the committee to take notice of Article 12.2, the issue of fundamental human rights. If, with your kind permission, which states that every person in Ghana, whatever his race, place of origin, political opinion, color, religion, creed, or gender shall be entitled to the fundamental human rights and freedom of the individual contained in this chapter, but subject to the respect for the rights and freedom of others and for the public interest. The clarity they want is there is this constant issue of
our Muslim girls being forced to take their hijab off. Even some are even denied fasting. And this issue keeps coming. So they want clarity on this so that the matter is settled once and for all. Thank you very much.
My name is Ragadaw Abdul Wahab. Mine is, I cannot tell whether it's a proposal or a question. It's bordered around Article 33 and 15, the two. Recently, we've seen a lot of documentaries about people who have been thrown in jail and haven't actually been tried. And there are so many of them who are behind bars, whose cases haven't been tried. I think that it is something the Constitutional Review Committee should look at, because there are a lot of people who are suffering for crimes they may not have actually committed, but they have been put behind bars for. Then my other issue actually has to buttress the point about the age of consent in Ghana and then the age of marriage. But mine is actually not to reduce the age of marriage to 16, but to rather align the age of consent and the age of marriage in Ghana to 18, because, I mean, there are so many people that perpetrate sexual abuses on children that are 16 years and below, just because the age of consent in Ghana is 16. And so if we marry the two ages and then peg it at 18, I think that would help us a lot. Then the last point I have here has to do with appointments to state institutions. Recently, when President started his appointment, you realize that for some state institutions, the heads of those institutions even packed their bag and baggages and left because they knew that, I won't stay here, I'll be kicked out. And so some of them had to leave even before the appointments are made. And so I want to also suggest that if there's a clause or anywhere in the Constitution that would support either people's tenure of office as heads of state institutions, so that they don't just get kicked out when a new government is in power. Thank you.
Let me thank Mr. Chairman for allowing me to come back once again. My name is Alaji Adam Abdul Fattah, and my point is very brief. I have noticed that since we started this conversation, nobody has mentioned LGBTQ. And I'm aware the current constitution is silent about it. And for that matter, people practice it freely. I am thinking that, and I know everybody here will side with me, that we would want it to be captured in our review meeting, that LGBTQ should be captured in the law as an offense and punishable. I believe everybody here will second to that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, for the second opportunity. My name is George Agbanyo. It's my hope, because since 1992 Constitution, this is the time we have opportunity to review this Constitution. It is my hope that we do it thoroughly, because nobody knows when that opportunity will come again. What I realize about much of our problem is coming from executive abuse of power. This abuse of power comes in so many ways, but I can point at one channel that this abuse comes, that's appointing power of the executives. This comes this way. The president appoints, but those who abuse that appointment is not the president. The political leaders who use that to abuse others. In my earlier submission, I mentioned that I made an example. That if, for instance, the IGP should be, president's appointment should be taken out of it so that the highest in rank can become IGP. I would also like to say that the police council, that is another place that the executives put strategically people there. So if that side can also be looked at least there will be a time that the president will also say, or the ruling government will also say that their wishes have not been handled well. Because as it is now, they always carry the day, and the others lament all the time because they have a way they screw things. Then I would like to talk about the inequalities in remuneration in our public and civil services. And again, this also comes from appointing of the executives. You see the executives whose salary might be about 70,000 a month, and everyone else under him is wallowing in poverty. And when they are complaining, they don't understand because they are in a different world. It's a serious issue. So if I'm only praying that we can look at every details of this constitution and make sure that we plug everything such that if the next opportunity will come after 50 years, at least we'll be okay. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Prof. Chairman, I'd like to make an announcement. Read out the penalty. Well, if you are owner of you can write it down, submit to the MC or to Abigail at the entrance, and then it will be submitted to the committee for them to have a look at. So this one says the Constitution should make provision for inclusion of Islamic banking principles, as many Muslims abhor interests and do not wish to participate in interest when it comes to banking issues and so on. That's the submission. Now, Prof. Chairman, to my own input as the MC. Prof. Chairman, I'm a media practitioner. We are called the fourth estate of the realm. A lot has been said about the executive, legislature, and the judiciary, but nothing, at least in this hall, has been said of the fourth estate of the realm. I believe that Article 162 of the Constitution, when it was being written in 1992, was done under the circumstances or from the point of view of a nation that was coming out of a military regime and was seeking to liberate the media. So Article 162 has given so much freedom to the press and very little responsibility and accountability to the press. To that extent, again, in 1992, when the Constitution was being put together, we did not have social media. And therefore, the people who put the Constitution together in 1992 did not consider social media and how we should govern ourselves in respect of social media and so on. Now, my proposal is that because we refer to journalism as a profession, it should be treated as such. The law profession has certification. Medical profession has certification. I don't understand why the journalism profession should not have certification, because we expect high standards. And therefore, a provision can be made in the Constitution that will, for example, say that no person can hold themselves up as a journalist if you are not certified by, then we name that regulatory body, maybe the NMC. And in this case, if it is the NMC, it must be empowered enough, because currently, as things stand in the Constitution, the NMC is not empowered enough to be able to take actions against recalcitrant media practitioners and so on. This is my input. Thank you very much. We'll take the response of the chairman, and then we'll wrap up.
Thank you very, very, very much, distinguished moderator. So just starting from your last point, your colleagues in Accra, including the National Media Commission, have been very closely involved in the work. The Media Commission Executive Secretary has appeared before us twice. We had engagement with the media, and the issue of the scope of the NMC's regulatory powers, especially both for standard setting and the content of media, have come up. And of course, Professor Kakari is on the committee, so you can be sure that this issue has been well canvassed in our conversations. But thank you for your additional input. So what I gather from this rich conversation, as well as from the last one in Bolgatanga, is that we need to have a mechanism for regular citizen interaction with their lawmakers, right? Somebody said, I think the previous speaker before you made a point that a Constitution Review Committee or Commission, it's not a permanent body, right? We come, depending on a president's preferences or whatever is the situation is, we may come once in a generation. But a lot of the issues that you have raised here are everyday issues that do not have to wait for a Constitution Review Committee or Commission. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land, but it is not the only law of the land. And immediately after the Constitution, in the hierarchy of laws, comes Acts of Parliament. Parliament is supposed to be the People's Assembly. This kind of conversation should be happening regularly with your member of Parliament. Every time they are back home or periodically during their term or end of a sitting, this is the kind of conversation that you should be having regularly with your member of Parliament, so that in the absence of constitutional review, a number of these things can still be picked up in a law, in an act of Parliament. So one of the things that we have observed is that citizen participation in lawmaking is almost non-existent. We vote for our MPs once every 4 years, and then we give them a blank check to go to Accra and represent us however they want. Many of these things can be done through legislation. A lot of these things. And those laws will not be unconstitutional. Many of the proposals you have come up with, if citizens were participating in the legislative process beyond election, a lot of these things could be picked up by your MPs. And at the assembly level, a lot of these things could be picked up at the local level by your assembly. What I'm saying essentially is that while we are very happy with the kind of participation we have had with you this morning, it would be better if this kind of participation was a regular affair with your members of parliament and your district assembly, so that they can act on it on a regular basis and not have to wait every 25 years, every 32 years, every 40 years, once every 40 years, for a constitution review committee to come and then to have this conversation. So one important proposal that you should be thinking about also is a right to public participation in lawmaking beyond elections. Right? Some constitutions have that. Beyond electing your MP or your assemblyman or woman, you should be engaged, and there must be a right for you to participate in the lawmaking process through these kinds of interactions. So this is something that I think I would urge you to push, to press, and to think about, so that this can be a kind of a regular affair, so that you are not, as my colleague very eloquently put it yesterday in a media interaction, we move from voters to stakeholders. Citizens have just become voters. We just vote, and then we leave it to those we vote for to just do whatever they want for 4 years. But we must be stakeholders. We must graduate from voters to stakeholders. That is how we are going to hold them accountable for the kinds of results they produce. So I'll urge you to please not limit this kind of rich interaction only to these episodic, once in a generation meetings, and that it's something that you should keep up. We have gotten so many rich proposals, very, very rich. Some of them completely innovative ideas, rotating the national capital to ensure balanced regional development. It might sound like a crazy idea, but actually I remember that the speaker, current speaker, has something he calls the Speaker's Breakfast Forum. And one of the things that he did when he first assumed the speakership was to move the Breakfast Forum from Accra to Kumasi and then to go around the country. It's not the same as moving the regional capital, rotating it, but it's a good innovation. We can do some of these things incrementally. In some countries, the legislature is one place. In South Africa, they have the state house for the president is in one part of the country. The Supreme Court is in another part of the country. The legislature is another part of the country. There are many different ways this can be done. And these are all things that other countries have done, so that they can decentralize, spread development, don't concentrate everything in one place. So please, these are all very useful ideas. One of you wanted to know about the role of chiefs in politics. He said, no participation in politics. There is a decision of the Supreme Court on this, and you are correct that it is difficult to enforce, because even that decision didn't come up with a sanction or an enforcement regime. But our own brother Justice Yoni Kolendi has a very beautiful opinion in a recent case where some chiefs were brought before the Supreme Court accused of having participated in party politics by endorsing certain candidates and certain parties during elections. And Justice Yoni's opinion, very eloquent opinion, says, well, chiefs are lobbyists. They lobby for their communities, among other things. So it's okay if they endorse a policy. They say, oh, this policy of yours is good for my people. This program of yours is good for my people. This project of yours, we are grateful for this project. But what chiefs cannot do is endorse a person or a party. So of the 5 P's, you can endorse a program, a policy, a project, but don't endorse the person or the party. That is party politics. So you should find the opinion very, very interesting. But I agree with you that it has also come, this has come before the committee. And some people say, well, we should give it to the National House of Chiefs. If you think a chief has breached that provision in the Constitution, they have engaged in party politics, you should be able to lodge a complaint with the National House of Chiefs or the Regional House of Chiefs so that they can have an appropriate sanction for the chief. So these are all very important conversations that we have received. The role of the NCCE in nurturing a civic culture, civic education, mandatory civic education has been mentioned. Some have also mentioned orientation organized by the NCCE for elected and appointed public officers so that they will become knowledgeable, conversant. These are all very useful ideas. The NCCE has appeared before us more than once. They lament the absence of funding and resources for them. So this is all very important. There was a very interesting point, I think, about the District Assembly Common Fund. Somebody said, well, what if you elect MMDCEs and one person comes from, the MMDCE comes from one party different from the government party in Accra? This happens in many other places, right? Ghana would be maybe not the first country to try this at all. In fact, many of our peer sister countries in the region already elect their mayors, some on party basis. The mayor of Freetown in Sierra Leone, Yvonne Sawyer, comes from one political party. The rival is the government in power. It works okay. Not entirely without friction, but that is part of democracy. That's part of politics, right? So it is true that that can happen. But I think there are also ways in which we can mitigate that problem. If we guarantee the District Assembly Common Fund so that the money cannot be spent in Accra, so that all of the money that's allocated that you are entitled to comes to the district, then it shouldn't matter that you are a different party or you are a different affiliation from the government in power. You have a constitutional right to your District Assembly Common Fund, all of it, to come to you within a particular time. And the elected mayor can go to court and say, my money has not come. Let me have my money. There are ways we can mitigate some of these concerns. If you have a medium-term development plan for your district, and a project must be cited here or there under this plan, why should we worry that a particular government will come and say, because you are not MPP or NDC, you will not get? So there are ways in which, through some laws, constitution, other laws, we shouldn't be too afraid of the change, right? Change will happen. It's good to anticipate the consequences and mitigate them and make provision for them. But it's also why some people don't want parties to be involved in election of MMDCs. Some of these concerns, I think, are also driving that point. A number of people have talked about term limits for your MPs. Is it that you don't want one person to chop? Is that what is driving it? Or do you think when the MPs stay there for too long, they stop representing your interest? Some of the MPs also think that actually you need an MP to be there for long so that they will do the work better for you. Right? So they say that, some of the MPs say, well, we are losing too much experience. Every time, 1 term, 2 term, then they throw you out. Some of them think they should stay there even longer. Right? So, but this is an interesting conversation that I think we can have. I'm saying all of this to say that this has been a very rich conversation. A lot of interesting perspectives have been shared. interesting ideas. Some of them are quite novel. Some of them are really innovative. But all of them are very important for the kind of assignment that has been given us. And I have benefited very greatly from the interaction. I think we would be appealing to you again. Submissions at constitutionreviewgh.org. That's where you should send your written submission. It's an email exclusive to the Constitution Review Committee. Please send us something in writing. The email address again is submissions at Constitution Review GH is all one .org. Send it to us. We have received close to 600 written submissions. It's very helpful if it's in writing. Our secretariat will classify them, summarize the points, make them available to the committee members so that we can have something concrete once we get back and we start deliberating on the proposals that we have received. Submissions, there's an S, so it's plural. Submissions, S-U-B, if I misspell it, correct me, S-U-B-M-I-S-S-I-O-N-S, submissions at Constitution Review GH.org. Please send it to us. I would appreciate it a lot. I will have the rest of my members, if you have any other concluding thoughts, you can make your remarks and then we can. That's very briefly.
Just briefly, and I'm not going to introduce any new issues, but just to say that as you send us your submissions, please look beyond the suggestion and look at what the implications are. Everything that we suggest has an implication. If we say we should cap the number of constituencies, it's a brilliant idea. But as the population increases, what do we do? Do we merge constituencies? Do we, abolish? Do we redistribute? If we talk about district assemblies, the same rationale. So please, we would like you to also look beyond the suggestion and say what are the implications so that we can have a very holistic review of the Constitution. Thank you.
Okay, so let me just, so thank you very much for the opportunity and thank you so much for coming. As you consider to send us some submissions in writing, there's one point I want to emphasize, which has to do with the suggestion on payment of salaries or retention of salaries for disabled persons. That sounds very interesting to me, but there are so many questions I think ought to be answered. For example, I would like to know what we consider to be disability in the first place. Is it any loss? Is it permanent loss or temporary loss of amenity? If so, what should be, for example, the extent of loss of ability? Because the doctors have a way of quantifying loss of ability. Is it that you can't hear in 1 year? Does that make you disabled for you to retire on your pension? What about persons who did not even do government work or private work? They are self-employed. What happens to them? Should we find a way of paying them, as the case may be? So I want us to reflect on these ideas because it's a very important point which has been made, which I think if we are able to put enough flesh to it, can show up in the Constitution. So I want you to think carefully about it and give us some useful suggestions. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I also want to add one or two minor points. Concerning the rights of Muslim students, a problem that has arisen in some educational institutions where I think generally we all agree that those Muslim students' rights to freedom of religion and worship were violated. This matter came up at our meeting with the clergy and the leaders of the Islamic community also made these issues very, very strongly. And it was, I think, consensually agreed that this must stop. So that issue has been well noted and addressed. The question of certification of journalists universally is a very controversial issue which is not accepted by UNESCO, by many jurisdictions, by many media organizations, and so for the simple reason that journalism is part of speech, and that though journalists must be trained and must qualify, it is also known that some of the best journalists have not necessarily had formal training, whereas also on the other side, some of the best educated journalists have also misapplied the ethics and so on. And also, to certificate journalists deprives the larger society of variety of views that must be presented in the media. I remember the Nigerian Union of Journalists have something like this, but it has been challenged at the ECOWAS court, for instance. And then when they were debating this issue, one newspaper, The Guardian of Lagos, wrote an editorial. At that time, Wole Soyinka was the chairman of the board and had a column. Wole Soyinka didn't have and doesn't have a journalism certificate. So they posed the question, should Wole Soyinka not write for a newspaper as a journalist? So it's a very tricky business, and by and large, most everywhere people don't. But there is a general point underlying the issue you raise. The chaos in the media environment in this country. Take Nigeria is about 4 times or more larger than our country, both in size and in population. They have just about 200 radio stations. In Ghana, we have almost 700 radio stations. Most are unsustainable, both in terms of programs production, in terms of what they do for the society, in terms of pay. Many people working for most of our radio stations do not receive salaries. So there is a lot of malpractice there. There is a need to clean this system up. The difficulty is that more than half of all these radio stations are owned by politicians, and they stonewall about reforms and so on. So we have this problem of chaos in terms of professionalism, in terms of sustainability in our media environment. And all of these should be part of our search for reforms. I want to end by also encouraging all of us. The work we are doing here, we have been assigned a national duty, and we are going to try to work hard and fulfill it as much as our energies and our integrity permits as Ghanaian patriots. And we'll present our report to the government. This is constitution making. Constitution making is the biggest terrain of political struggle anywhere. The issues here will please so many people. The reforms here will not be liked by so many people in the political class. At the end of the day, you and I are not going to be the people to decide what to reform, what not to reform, or how to even present the things to be reformed, it is going to depend on our parliament. If we are not organized to push for the things we want, I can bet you that among the political class, we may not get what we want. In other words, as we say, if you don't talk to the barber, you get a bad haircut. So I will plead with our elders and honorable chiefs to use also their power, their dignity, the respect that we all have for them to help push for the reforms in this constitution. Even the people in the forces who are supposed not to participate in agitation or public advocacy should also use their position to influence their leaders for those sections that they think are germane to them, to push for it without going on strike or without making advocacy, just by exercising your democratic rights and appeal to your leaders. But for the rest of us in civil society, in our different organizations, we must try and work to push for the things that we want reformed in the Constitution. If we are silent and we don't use our democratic rights for advocacy, we will come back 50 years from now without any reforms being done in this Constitution. So when we are done with our work, it is up to the citizens to make sure that the reforms that are needed to move our democracy forward is handled by you, the citizens of this country. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think we need to appreciate the participants. Let's give a round of applause to ourselves. It's not every event that starts with a full room and ends with a full room. It shows how committed you are to the governance of this country. I didn't hear the applause, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry, there's lunch ahead. If you're hungry, we'll feed you very soon. But more importantly, the room has been kept full due to the kind of engagement we have had. And it is because of the committee members, but also particularly because of Professor Chairman. Professor Chairman, we want to thank you. You know, the story is told of a man who went for a program like this and was supposed to deliver one of the keynote addresses. There were two keynote addresses. In the middle of the speech, people started leaving the hall. Everyone left except one man. But he continued to read his speech for the next 1 hour. And when he was done, he walked to that single man who was seated in the crowd. Everybody else had left and said, look, tell me the truth. I know my speech was boring, for which reason everybody left. Why did you stay? He said, because I'm the next speaker. But in your case, you have kept us really involved. Let's give the chairman and the committee a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We are very, very proud. And another round of applause to our chiefs who have sat in through this event. There is a gentleman who, the regional director of the NCCE, Northern Region, Alhaji Aliu. Where is Alhaji Aliu? Please, let's give that man a round of applause. He's been very instrumental in getting this done. There's a lady, Abigail. Abigail has distributed coupons for lunch. If you have received a coupon, please give her a round of applause. Abigail, we are very grateful to you. And to all those who joined online, we are grateful to you as well. But this is the announcement. Please remain seated. We will allow our